Chapter 2349. No matter how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was, he was only at the true Emperor realm. Wuxia had full confidence that he could suppress Lu Ming and even kill him. Lu Ming actually dared to confront him head-on. He was overestimating himself. Wuxia raised his strength to the maximum. He wanted to severely injure Lu Ming with one move. Boom! Their fists and palms clashed together. Boom! Kacha! When their fists and palms collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. The boom was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Your strength! Wuxia's body retreated rapidly as he roared in disbelief. He was actually no match for Lu Ming in a head-on clash. The bones in his hand were broken by Lu Ming's punch, and the terrifying power was like an avalanche, forcing him to retreat. He was in disbelief. Lu Ming was only at the true Emperor realm, and his cultivation level had not increased. It had only been a month. How could his strength have increased so much? His mind was unable to process this for a while. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Wuxia's momentary daze, Lu Ming launched a sure-kill attack. Buzz! All the muscles and bones in Lu Ming's body trembled rapidly. In an instant, it trembled at least 1 billion times. In an instant, 1 billion times. This was a terrifying frequency. Lu Ming's muscles and space trembled, producing a terrifying driving force. Lu Ming's figure instantly rushed toward Wuxia at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. Lu Ming had used all his strength in this punch. The fist shattered the space and pierced through the void, blasting towards a small world in Wuxia's dantian. Not good. Wuxia's hair stood on end, and his liver and guts were torn apart. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. However, it was too late for him to counterattack. He could only retreat quickly and set up layers of defense on the surface of his body. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed accurately on Wuxia's dantian. The terrifying force rushed into Wuxia's dantian. The power of great Daos that enveloped Wuxia's body was torn apart by Lu Ming's power in an instant. The surging power bombarded Wuxia's small world. Boom! 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 Wuxia's small world started to shake violently, and many cracks appeared on it. Then the entire small world exploded. Wuxia's body flew out like a meteorite and crashed into a mountain, creating a huge crater. Wuxia lay in the pit and shouted crazily. No, no, no! Wuxia shouted as he vomited blood. He could not accept that his small world had been shattered by Lu Ming. His small world had been shattered, and his cultivation was completely crippled. Moreover, he didn't have long to live. On the other side, Wu Bo was also dumbfounded. From the fight between Lu Ming and Wuxia to the moment Wuxia was crippled, it had only happened in an instant. The time was very short, and in an instant, Wuxia was crippled. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Wu Bo coldly. Earlier, he had intentionally revealed his true emperor cultivation to make Wuxia and Wu Bo careless. This way, he could cripple one of them in an instant. If Wuxia and Wu Bo joined forces, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat them. However, it would be difficult to kill both of them. However, now that Lu Ming had crippled one of them, it was much easier to deal with the other. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles trembled and his body charged towards Wu Bo Dai. Wu Bo was prepared for this. He let out a furious roar and unleashed his full power. He struck out with his palm continuously. The transparent palm pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming kept swinging his fists. In an instant, he had thrown hundreds of punches, clashing with Wu Bo. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Then Wu Bo's body was sent flying back, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His palms and arms were completely deformed. The bones inside had been shattered by Lu Ming. Wu Bo's face was deathly pale. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran. Right now, he could no longer care about Wuxia. You want to leave? Can you? Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles and bones trembled. With the enhancement of the six-feathered wings, Lu Ming's speed had completely surpassed Wu Bo's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming caught up to Wu Bo and threw a punch. Wu Bo's arm had been broken, and he was unable to defend himself at all. He wanted to dodge, but his speed was not as fast as Lu Ming's. The punch landed on his head, and his head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed into ashes by the force of Lu Ming's fist. Wu Bo dead. Uffed. Lu Ming stretched out his claws and grabbed Wu Bo's dantian. He took out a piece of the core of the world from his dantian. The realm core of a great emperor was a rare treasure that contained powerful energy. Then, Lu Ming kept Wu Bo's storage ring and walked toward Wuxia. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. One curse you to die a horrible death. Wuxia knew that he was going to die, so he started to curse madly. What a joke. All of this is just your own doing. Originally, we could have split the liquid fire equally. Lu Ming sneered. Speaking of which, Lu Ming was their savior. Without him, they would have been torn to pieces by those crows when they first entered the Void Island. However, not only were Wuxia and Wu Bo not grateful to Lu Ming, but they were also greedy for his treasures and attacked him. Now that they had been defeated by Lu Ming, they were cursing him with resentment. Wasn't that ridiculous? Ha ha! Wuxia laughed out loud, a hint of regret flashing across his eyes. Lu Ming was right. They had brought this upon themselves. If they were not greedy, they would not have ended up like this. Not only would they not, but they would also get some liquid fire. They had brought this upon themselves. With a punch, a fist force drowned Wuxia. The fist force disappeared, and Wuxia also turned into ashes. The punch earlier had shattered Wuxia's small world and destroyed his world core at the same time. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. After putting away Wuxia's storage ring, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the place. Lu Ming kept flying and only stopped after flying for 1,000,000 miles. The origin chi here was very rich. Lu Ming opened up a cave on a tall mountain peak. He flew into the cave and sealed the entrance. He sat cross-legged in the cave and began to comprehend the laws. Now, Lu Ming wanted to comprehend a new law. Which of the remaining 7 ultimate maxims should one comprehend first? Lu Ming started to think. The remaining 7 supreme laws were fate, space-time, samsara, primordial chaos, nothingness, eternity, and karma. Of these 7, the strongest was, without question, the law of fate. However, Lu Ming had no intention of comprehending the law of fate for the time being. The law of fate was the most difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming planned to comprehend the other laws first and leave the law of fate as the last. After a while, Lu Ming made up his mind to study the primordial chaos laws first. The primordial chaos laws were very similar to the chaos laws. Lu Ming had already cultivated the chaos laws to the highest level. He would definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort in comprehending the primordial chaos laws. Chapter 2350. Lu Ming planned to study the law of reincarnation after he had a certain level of mastery over the primordial chaos law. When Lu Ming first met the Reincarnation Emperor, he had experienced reincarnation and had a deep impression of the law of reincarnation. It was relatively easier for Lu Ming to comprehend these 2 types. After making up his mind, Lu Ming began to comprehend. His dantian glowed and the small world slowly emerged. Finally, it appeared above Lu Ming's head. The small world looked to be only 1 meter in size, but if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see the mountains and lakes. On a vast plain, an ancient tree of comprehension pierced through the clouds. Now, the path understanding ancient tree was almost 800 meters tall. Cultivating under the path understanding ancient tree would be very effective. Lu Ming's soul condensed in the small world, and he sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. In this way, the small world and the outside world would be connected. The power of the law from the outside world would surge into Lu Ming's small world, and the effect of the path understanding ancient tree would be put to play. In this way, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending the laws had greatly increased. In just a few days, Lu Ming's comprehension of the primordial chaos laws had already reached the beginner level. One of the reasons why he was so fast was that primordial chaos laws and chaos laws were extremely similar and had something in common. The second reason was that Lu Ming's current realm was high. He had already cultivated 9 types of laws to the third realm and could fuse different ultimate maxims. This showed that Lu Ming's understanding and application of laws had reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, Lu Ming's comprehension of other laws was much faster than before. With the combination of various advantages, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was very fast. As the days passed, Lu Ming's control of the primordial chaos laws rapidly improved. In just 2 months, Lu Ming had cultivated the primordial chaos laws to the second realm. In the meantime, Lu Ming also tried to merge the primordial chaos laws with other ultimate maxims. Otherwise, he would have been even faster. Half a year later, Lu Ming had already comprehended the primordial chaos laws to the limit of the second realm. At this moment, Lu Ming began to comprehend the law of reincarnation. Lu Ming's speed of comprehension slowed down as he comprehended 2 types of laws at the same time. At the same time, he had to try to integrate the different laws as he comprehended them. Even so, Lu Ming had cultivated the law of reincarnation to the second realm after a year of seclusion. Moreover, the primordial chaos law and the reincarnation law could already be combined with other ultimate laws to form a new divine power technique. Lu Ming's strength had also improved greatly without using his physical body. After all, it was an ultimate maxim. Every time he comprehended an ultimate maxim and formed a divine power, Lu Ming's strength would increase by a large margin. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation and had forgotten everything. To him, cultivating here was his greatest opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. If he were to cultivate outside, the time he would need would be dozens of times more. A year here was equivalent to decades of bitter cultivation outside. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He continued to comprehend. Not far from where Lu Ming was in seclusion, 3 figures were fleeing at high speed. If Lu Ming were to see it, he would definitely be shocked. This was because one of the 3 was Emperor Formless. The other 2 were Huntian Emperor and Sky Fire Emperor. At this moment, they were being chased. All 3 of them were injured, and their bodies were dyed red with blood. Sky Fire Emperor was especially pale, and his breath was unstable. He was the most severely injured. The 3 of them flew at high speed, but there were some figures chasing them. The ones chasing them were the experts of the foreign races. "You won't be able to escape, you'll die." A non-human shouted from behind. "Let's go, don't stop. If we're lucky enough to meet a Heaven Realm expert, we might still be saved." Emperor Formless called out. He and Huntian Emperor had brought Sky Fire Emperor with them as they flew at top speed. However, their speed had been reduced, and they were slowly being caught up by the non-human race. With one chasing and the other fleeing, they approached the area where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Kill! Behind them, there were a total of 5 foreign races. One of them was a 2-star Great Emperor, while the other 4 were 1-star Great Emperors. As for Emperor Formless and the other 3, they were all 1-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the 2-star Emperor was the fastest, and he quickly approached the 3 Emperors. A destructive light shot out of his third eye, which transformed into a sword that slashed toward the 3 Emperors. Emperor Formless had no choice but to stop. He unsheathed his sword and slashed. Clang! The 2 sword lights collided, and sword chi spread in all directions. Emperor Formless' body trembled violently as he was sent flying, his face pale. Although Emperor Formless had reached the peak of 1-star Great Emperor, he was still far from being a 2-star Great Emperor. "Go, you guys hurry up and leave." Emperor Formless roared. "If you want to leave, none of you will be able to leave today." The 2-star Great Emperor coldly said as he launched another attack toward the Formless Emperor. "He'll help you," Huntian Great Emperor said. He charged toward Emperor Formless, and the 2 of them joined forces to fight. Even so, they were still no match for him and were forced to retreat. They were completely at a disadvantage. The 4 1-star Great Emperors of the other side had also arrived, and surrounded them. They were in a desperate situation. I didn't expect that the three of us would die here today. Emperor Formless and the other two looked at each other and sighed. However, they wouldn't just wait to be captured. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to give it a try. At this moment, not far away, inside a mountain peak, Lu Ming sensed the movements outside and ended his cultivation. There's a huge battle outside. Wait, this aura. Lu Ming started to whisper and his eyes suddenly lit up. That was because there were 3 auras outside that Lu Ming was extremely familiar with. Immediately, 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Emperor Formless, Emperor Huntian, and Emperor Skyfire. However, didn't Huntian Emperor and Skyfire Emperor use the world-gazing gate to send some emperors into the heaven realm to solve the problem of the alien race? Why would he appear here? Many thoughts emerged in Lu Ming's mind. However, there was no time for him to think too much at this moment. With a thought, Lu Ming's small world entered his dantian. His muscles trembled and he rushed out directly. Boom! The mountain rocks exploded and crushed rocks flew everywhere. Lu Ming rushed out of the mountain peak and stood high in the sky. The commotion here naturally alerted Emperor Formless and the other 2, as well as the evil god tribe. Everyone could not help but look at Lu Ming. With a single glance, Emperor Formless, Huntian, and Skyfire were all stunned. Lu Ming? The 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. They did not expect to meet Lu Ming here. This was the Void God Island, and only great emperors could enter. They had actually bumped into Lu Ming here. Could it be that Lu Ming had already broken through to the Great Emperor realm? That was too fast. The 3 of them couldn't quite wrap their heads around it. Chapter 2351. Another Human. The eyes of the 5 evil god tribe emperors flashed with killing intent. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming released his aura. When everyone saw this, they were stunned again. This was because Lu Ming's aura was that of a true emperor. True emperor? When the 5 members of the evil god race saw this, they could not help but reveal looks of contempt. He was only a true emperor. Even if he could enter this place, how strong could his battle power be? One of you is here to die. One of the evil god race members sneered. The faces of Emperor Formless, Huntian, and Skyfire changed drastically. Lu Ming, let's go. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Emperor Formless and the other 2 yelled in panic. Given Lu Ming's talent, he would have a bright future. They could not implicate him. However, Lu Ming looked relaxed. Long time no see, Deans. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, walking toward Emperor Notionless and the others. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. Emperor Formless became even more anxious. It doesn't matter. It won't be too late to leave after I kill these foreign kinds. Lu Ming chuckled as if those alien races were lambs that he could kill at will. How arrogant. A true emperor wants to kill us? One think he's just bluffing. Let me kill him. A 1-star great emperor from the evil god tribe stepped out and charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Doubt flashed through the eyes of Emperor Formless and the other 2. They knew that Lu Ming would not be so arrogant. He must have something to rely on. Could be that puppet? A thought flashed through Emperor Formless' mind. He had seen Lu Ming use that puppet to defeat the great emperor of the He clan. Die! The evil god, Tribes Tharch, held a mace in his hand and smashed it toward Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles trembled and his body burst out. He appeared in front of the other party in an instant and threw a punch. Bang! Under this punch, the other party did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's violent power, and his body exploded into pieces. One punch, instant kill. Emperor Formless, Huntian, and Sky Era were all stunned. The other members of the evil god tribe were stunned as well. A 1-star great emperor was killed in a second by a single punch. What kind of battle strength was this? Even an ordinary 2-star great emperor couldn't do that. Kill, die. Lu Ming bellowed and increased his speed to the maximum, charging toward the remaining evil god tribe members. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the other party. Join hands, kill him. The two-star great emperor from the evil god tribe roared and attacked Lu Ming. The other evil god tribe members also launched their attacks. Do it. Notionless Emperor, Skyfire Emperor, and Huntian Emperor also made their moves. Their attacks were directed at the two-star Great Emperor Realm evil god tribe member, preventing him from attacking Lu Ming with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming continued to punch out. The terrifying fist force brought about an intense spatial storm that drowned a few members of the evil god race. Bang, bang, bang. The three one-star Great Emperor Realm experts of the evil god race exploded, leaving nothing behind. How is that possible? The remaining two-star Great Emperor from the evil god race roared in disbelief. A true emperor could kill a great emperor as easily as chopping vegetables. How is that possible? Of course, this was just Lu Ming's cover-up. His law system was only at the true emperor realm, but his physical body was already at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a true emperor was, he wouldn't be able to kill a great emperor so easily. Of course, this was Lu Ming's intention. He had deliberately concealed his aura to shock the evil god tribe. In this way, their combat strength would naturally be weakened. Kill! Lu Ming unleashed his full power and charged toward the two-star Great Emperor Realm evil god tribe member. The fate of the evil god tribe was already decided. Lu Ming alone was enough to kill him. With the help of Emperor Notionless, Huntian Emperor, and Skyfire Emperor, this evil god tribe member would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Ming kept swinging his fists. 9-colored radiance glowed. He was like an invincible god of war, completely crushing his opponent. Bang! Bang! The terrifying fist force landed on the evil god tribe member's body, breaking his bones and breaking his tendons before his body finally exploded. The 5 members of the evil god race were all killed in a flash after Lu Ming made his move. This Emperor Formless, Sky Era Emperor, and Huntian Emperor looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming had something to rely on and a powerful external force, which was why he was so calm. They had never expected that Lu Ming had killed 5 members of the evil god race with his own combat strength. More importantly, he had completely crushed them. He had killed 5 members of RHE evil god race as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Compared to the time when he killed Wuxia and Wu Bo, Lu Ming's abilities had improved a little. The law of reincarnation and the law of primordial chaos had already reached a high level of mastery, so it was naturally much easier for him to kill an ordinary 2-star Great Emperor when he fused them together. 3 Deans, how have you been? Lu Ming walked over and cupped his fists. Back then, Wuxiang, Tianhua, and Huntian, the 3 great emperors, established the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy with the purpose of cultivating the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. They were selfless. Back then, Lu Ming had also received a lot of help in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Otherwise, he would not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, he still respected the 3 Deans. Lu Ming, one didn't expect that in just over 20 years, your combat strength has already reached this level. You're already far above us. Huntian Emperor sighed. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye for a great emperor. Back when they first met Lu Ming, although he was very talented, he was just a young fellow in their eyes. He was still a long way from RHE Great Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming's ability was already above them. They could not imagine it even in their dreams. They sighed. Of course, they were also happy for Lu Ming's achievements. If not for the guidance of the 3 Deans, Lu Ming would not have his achievements today. Lu Ming smiled and said, Deans, where did you appear when you entered the realm-looking gate? Why are you here on RHE Void God Island? Lu Ming asked. We're lucky. After we entered the Overlord Gate, we happened to appear in the Tai Ching Heaven region. Those great emperor alien races were also killed by RHE strong cultivators of the Tai Ching Heaven region. Huntian Emperor explained. What happened next was simple. Emperor Formless found Chaos Heaven and Heavenly Fire, and the three of them cultivated together. When the Void God Island appeared, the three of them came together to explore. When we first entered this place, our luck was pretty good. We also obtained some fortuitous encounters and treasures. However, some time ago, when we were about to head to RHE Void Ancient Pagoda, we encountered these foreign races and were hunted down by them. Emperor Formless continued to explain. Void God Pagoda. Lu Ming was stunned and somewhat curious. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Chapter 2352. Void God Pagoda, an ancient building on the Void God Island. Seeing that Lu Ming did not know, Emperor Formless began to explain. The Void God Island was an unparalleled Taoist field. Naturally, there were many ancient ruins and buildings on it. Many of them were left behind by the disciples of that unparalleled existence, and they usually contained some treasures. As for the Void Divine Tower, it was a famous building within a large region. It was discovered by experts from both the evil god race and Heaven Realm at the same time. Right now, both sides were fighting for the control of the Void Divine Tower. When many people heard the news, they all rushed over to the Void Divine Tower. Emperor Formless and the other two had also rushed there after hearing the news. They didn't expect to encounter the evil god tribe on the way and be chased all the way. I see. Lu Ming nodded after hearing that. To be honest, he had been on the Void God Island for more than a year, yet he had never seen the buildings here. He could not help but feel curious. Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look together? There might be many treasures inside. There might even be Heaven Dao soldiers. Emperor Wuxiang said. At the mention of the Heaven Dao soldier, even Emperor Wuxiang and the others' eyes burned with passion. The Heaven Dao soldier was too precious. Even the Celestial Emperor would fight for it. So how could ordinary people not be tempted? All right, I've been in closed-door cultivation all this time. I'm thinking of going around. Lu Ming nodded. Emperor Formless and the other two immediately led the way. The group of four headed in the direction of the Void God Pagoda. And in BSB, their luck was pretty good, and they didn't encounter the evil god race for the next few days. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination. From far away, they could see a huge tower that seemed to be made of bronze. It pierced through the sky and reached into the clouds. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the bottom of the giant tower, they discovered a large number of people. On one side, there were over 100 people from the evil god tribe. On one side, there were more than 100 Heaven Realm beings. These were all great Emperor Realm existences. At this moment, the two sides were in a confrontation, swords drawn and bows bent. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Lu Ming's group of four swept their gazes around and discovered that the bottom of the giant tower was full of potholes. They were all traces left behind by the great battle. They even saw the corpses of the evil god tribe and Heaven Realm beings who had died in battle. It was obvious that a great battle had just taken place here not long ago. Many people's eyes were on Lu Ming's group of four when they arrived. Lu Ming, it's you. A cold voice sounded. Lu Ming looked over and realized that there was a familiar person in the crowd. Lan Mo was a great emperor from the Lan family. He had been defeated by Lu Ming in the Two World Cities drill ground. There were a few other people beside Lan Mo. Their gazes were cold as they looked at Lu Ming. There was a faint killing intent in their eyes. Are they all from the Lan family? Lu Ming made a guess. The moment they saw him, they revealed killing intent. Lu Ming guessed that those people were most likely from the Lan family or the Yin family. Lu Ming ignored them and flew toward the Heaven Realm's crowd with Emperor Notionless and the other two to join them. Some people were overjoyed. After all, the more people there were from the Heaven Realm, the stronger they would be. Lu Ming sized it up and realized that there was a huge door on the giant tower. The door was closed and did not open. Lu Ming and the rest asked around and found out that there were many arrays around the gate. Previously, both parties had attacked the giant tower, but they did not manage to break through. Later on, a conflict broke out between the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe, and both sides fought a great battle. However, the strength of both sides was similar, and there was no clear winner. Both sides suffered losses. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. Not long after Lu Ming and the others arrived, the sound of air being torn rang out again. A few figures flew over. They were the people from the evil god tribe. It was obvious that both sides had heard the news and rushed over. As time passed, the number of people on both sides increased, but they did not make a move. Both sides had similar strength, so they had their concerns. Just like that, the tense atmosphere continued for 7 to 8 days. Everyone from the heaven realm. If this continues, none of us will be able to enter this giant tower. Why don't we join forces and break the gate of this giant tower first? After we enter the giant tower, we'll decide the winner. At this moment, a burly member of the evil god race stepped out and spoke. On the side of the heavenly realm, many people looked at each other, seeking the other's opinion. I think it's feasible. It's just a waste of time. It won't be too late to kill the alien races after we enter the tower. A blue-robed, middle-aged man said. This man was an expert from the Land family. It was said that he had reached the 3-star Great Emperor realm and was one of the top experts in the Heaven realm. I also think it's feasible. Another 3-star emperor said. Soon, both sides came to an agreement. They were going to break the door of the giant tower first, then talk about other things. Both sides took up positions and started to attack from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One attack after another broke through the void and blasted toward the gate of the giant tower. There were a few hundred great emperors on both sides. The momentum of their combined attack was terrifying. A few hundred attacks bombarded the gate. However, just as these attacks were about to land on the gate glowed and strange patterns appeared on it, forming a light shield. Boom! Boom! When the attacks landed on the light shield, they were all blocked by it. The light shield trembled continuously, but it was not broken. Continue! Someone shouted, and everyone continued to attack. On the evil god tribe side, almost all of them were using their third eye to launch attacks. Beams of destructive light transformed into all sorts of weapons and beasts that pounced toward the door. On the side of the heaven realm, there were all kinds of sacred arts. The great Tao interweaved, dazzling and colorful. There were all kinds of divine abilities, dazzling Lu Ming. The formation was also shocking. So many great emperors had attacked it together, but it hadn't been broken. However, the light shield was shaking violently. It didn't look like it could last much longer. Gotcha! A moment later, cracks began to appear on the light shield. Boom! In the end, the light shield exploded. The attacks landed on the gate of the giant tower. Boom! 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 The door shook, but strangely, despite so many attacks, the giant tower did not shake at all. It was as steady as a rock. Creak! Then, under the barrage of attacks, the door slowly opened. A moment later, the door was fully opened. However, behind the door was a blur. He couldn't see what was behind the door at all. Enter! Someone from the evil god tribe shouted and rushed in. Let's go in too. The heaven realm's people roared and rose into the air one after another, rushing towards the gate. Lu Ming and the rest mixed in with the crowd and rushed in. Hundreds of people rushed into the gate in an instant. After Lu Ming and the rest rushed into the main door, they felt as if they had passed through a misty wall and appeared in an empty space. Gotcha! After they entered, the door automatically closed. Chapter 2353. This place is after everyone entered the gate of the giant tower. They looked ahead and were all shocked. This was because the situation here was very different from what they had imagined. Originally, they thought that they would enter the interior of the giant tower after entering the gate, but when they looked ahead, they saw that it was extremely empty. In front of him, there were mountains, and on the peaks, there were many huge palaces. This place didn't look like the interior of a giant tower at all. Instead, it looked like a paradise. There's definitely a great opportunity here. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw that there were lines of runes in the sky. Those runes were like runes, emitting a bright light. Then, a teenager appeared. There's actually someone here. No, this person isn't a physical body. He's an illusionary body. The appearance of this youth shocked many people. However, they also discovered that this youth wasn't a real entity and didn't have any life aura. Ha ha! It's been so many years since someone came in. Now, someone finally came in. Finally, there's something to play. The teenager widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in arrest. He seemed to be unusually excited. Who are you? Someone asked. Me? I'm the formation spirit of this place. Don't tell me you didn't notice that this place is enveloped by a great formation? The young man smiled as his eyes darted around. He seemed to be even more interested. Formation spirit. Many people's hearts moved, and they were very surprised. Only some extremely profound and powerful array techniques, and after a long period of time, could give birth to an array spirit. The array spirit had intelligence and was no different from ordinary people. They'll tell you something. Once you enter this place, you won't be able to leave. The young man continued to smile. Everyone's expression changed. Can't get out? What did that mean? What do you mean? An expert from the evil god tribe spoke with an ugly expression. If you can't get out, then you can't. You'll have to stay here for the rest of your lives. The young man pouted and explained again. I don't believe it. Since we can come in, we can also go out. As long as we break this formation, it will be fine. The 3-star great emperor of the land family shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. If they could break through the formation and enter, they could also break through the formation and leave. Everyone, let's work together to break through the formation and open the gate. The land family's 3-star great emperor called out. Good attack. The others responded. Boom, boom. On the heaven realm side, more than 100 great emperor realm experts attacked at the same time. Beams of brilliant light shot towards the door. This time, the door also shone with light, and a light screen appeared. All the attacks landed on the light screen, but it was like a sea of mud. There was no movement at all, not even a ripple. Everyone's faces turned ugly. Previously, when they were outside, they could at least cause the light shield to shake violently when they attacked the door. It was not like now, where there were no waves at all. Continue. The 3-star great emperor from the land clan roared. Everyone continued to attack, but the result was the same. There was no change at all. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, you'll all have to stay here. Some people looked at the experts from the evil god tribe. All right, let's attack together. The expert from the evil god tribe nodded. In the face of such a situation, both sides had no choice but to join forces once again. In the sky, the young man was smiling as he looked on with a slight disdain. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. This time, the evil god race and the heaven realm beings attacked together, and their momentum was extremely shocking. However, the result was the same as before. Their attacks didn't cause any ripples on the light screen. There wasn't even a ripple. Continue, someone shouted. They kept attacking, but it was useless. It's useless. Lu Ming's expression was a little ugly, and he stopped. How did this happen? Someone shouted in disbelief. Just now, they had broken through the formation outside, opened the door, and rushed in. Why couldn't they do it now? I'm telling you, I did it on purpose when you broke the formation outside. The power of the formation back then was only 1% of what it is now. The formation here can't be broken without the cultivation of the heavenly emperor realm. The young man said indifferently. What? Only those at the heavenly emperor realm can break it. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly. I can't. Someone shouted and rushed towards the door. However, he was blocked by a light screen halfway. He continued to attack, but the terrifying energy disappeared after it hit the light screen. Since we can't attack the gate, then we'll attack this formation spirit, take him down, and force him to open the gate. Once someone shouted, That's right, take down this formation spirit. Attack. Instantly, at least 100 experts rushed into the sky. There were beings from both the evil god tribe and the heaven realm. Lu Ming did not move. He had a feeling that it would not be that simple. Sure enough, when the 100 experts approached the formation spirit, veined patterns appeared in the sky, and a layer of light covered the formation spirit. Over 100 experts attacked, all kinds of attacks bombarding the formation spirit. However, just like the previous attacks on the door, All the attacks were blocked by the light screen and did not cause any waves. Damn it! Many people roared, but it was useless. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit the formation spirit. It's useless. Just give up. Without the cultivation of a celestial emperor, we can't break this formation. It's been countless years since anyone has come in. You can stay here and accompany me in peace. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed out loud, extremely excited. Ever since he had gained sentience, it had been countless years since any living being had entered. He had been lonely, so now that someone had entered, he was naturally excited. Are we really going to be trapped here forever? Some people were in despair. Only a celestial the Arch could break through it. The entire Void God Island had an unparalleled pressure that prevented the celestial the Arch from entering. If the celestial the Arch couldn't enter, no one could save them. You don't have to think about other exits. This is the only exit. The formation spirit laughed very happily, as if he found it interesting to see the others in despair. Is there really no way to get out? Someone asked unwillingly. Of course, it's not that there's no other way. Back then, my master, who was also the one who laid down this formation, left a way out. At this time, the formation spirit pondered for a moment and said. Everyone was ecstatic. What way out? Someone asked excitedly. As long as there was a way out, there would be hope to get out. As long as there was hope, there would be a way out. Everyone's eyes were on the young man, waiting for his answer. Chapter 2354. Let me tell you, Master left 8 array discs here. As long as you find the 8 array discs, you can open this door. The young formation spirit said. 8 formation discs? May I ask where the 8 formation discs are? Someone asked. In these mountains and rivers, in this palace. The young man pointed at the mountains and palaces in front of them and said, there could be formation discs in 8 of these places, and all 8 of them are in different locations. All right, well, go get these formation discs. Someone said, even though this place was vast, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 8 array discs. Wait, don't worry, one still have one more condition. The formation spirit's gaze turned, and it swept toward the evil god race and the heaven realms people. You people should be divided into 2 groups. My condition is that only one group of people can go out. In other words, only one group of you can survive and collect the 8 array discs before leaving this place. After saying this, the formation spirit laughed very happily, as if it was looking forward to it. Only one group of people can get out alive. Many people were shocked. Boom, boom. At this moment, everyone exuded a shocking aura and killing intent as they looked at each other. Just in time, let's kill all these heaven realm beings and get out of here. Someone from the evil god race maliciously spoke. Kill us all. You are the ones who will die. On the side of the heavenly realm, there are also people with cold, killing intent. The 2 sides were already at each other's throats, and now, with the formation spirit setting such conditions, the situation could be imagined. Instantly, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Kill! You're the one who's going to die. The people closest to each other from both sides suddenly started fighting. It was like a fuse that instantly ignited the entire scene. Kill! Kill the evil god race. Kill all these heaven realm bastards. And NBSB, the people from both sides, charged at each other and began an intense battle. The scene continued to rumble. In the next moment, someone cried out miserably as he was killed. Lu Ming, Emperor Notionless, Huntian Emperor, and Sky Fire Emperor were also engaged in battle with a few members of the evil god tribe. However, Lu Ming did not unleash his full power. He realized that the difference in combat strength between the 2 sides was not big, so it should not be a life-and-death battle now. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, more than a dozen people from both sides died in battle. The experts from both sides retreated one after another and began to confront each other. The strength of the 2 sides was about the same. If they continued to fight, they were afraid that both sides would suffer losses, and at that time, no one would be able to leave. The 2 sides confronted each other, swords drawn and bows bent. In my opinion, let's go look for formation discs first. Also, there must be some opportunities in this place. Well, find the formation discs while looking for opportunities to kill the alien races and weaken their strength. Then, we'll annihilate them all. That's right, I think it's feasible too. If we encounter any opportunities, it can also enhance our strength. Then, it will be much easier to kill the alien races. Some people were discussing in secret. In the end, the heavenly realm came to an agreement. However, the evil god tribe seemed to have a similar thought. After a short confrontation, both sides retreated. Let's go. And NBSB in the end, the evil god race members headed to the right and charged towards the mountain and palace. Let's go too. The people from the heaven realm rushed to the right. I hope you guys have a good time. In the sky, the young formation spirit revealed a smile of anticipation, and with a flash, he disappeared. Lu Ming and the group flew for a distance. Wait a moment. Suddenly, someone called out. Everyone stopped and looked at the person who had just spoken. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was the Lan family's 3-star great emperor who had asked everyone to stop. Brother Lan, what's the matter? Someone asked. Among us, there are some who are not qualified to walk with us. The 3-star great emperor from the Lan family, the middle-aged man, said coldly as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and the faces of Notionless Emperor, Huntian Emperor, and Sky Fire Emperor darkened. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a look of realization. The feud between Lu Ming and the Lan family was widely known in the Heaven Realm. Not many people did not know about it. Now, the Lan family was going to make trouble. Lu Ming, you guys should leave. You're not welcome here. The middle-aged man from the Lan family said coldly. At the side, Lan Mo sneered and stared at Lu Ming coldly. The people of the Lan family did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly because there were too many celestial thearchs standing behind him. If word of this got out, the Lan family would not be able to handle it. However, they only asked Lu Ming to leave. In this way, the celestial thearch behind Lu Ming could not say anything. Right now, the Heaven Realm beings and the evil god race were at war with each other. Lu Ming and the rest had separated from the main group. Once they encountered the evil god tribe, they would definitely not let them off. They would kill them and weaken the strength of the Heaven Realm. This was the Lan family's plan. Let's leave. There's so many people here. The Lan family doesn't have the final say. Emperor Formless replied. Oh, is that so? The 3-star great emperor from the Lan family sneered. He then looked at the others and said, Everyone, do you want to work with Lu Ming or the Lan family? If you want to work with Lu Ming, then go ahead. The Lan family will not play along. A group of people stood beside the Lan family's 3-star great emperor. There were more than 10 of them. Among these people, there were people from the Lan family's headquarters, and also people like the Yin family who had good relations with the Lan family. Many people's eyes flickered when they heard the words of the middle-aged man from the Lan family. I'm willing to cooperate with the Lan family. I'm naturally willing to cooperate with Brother Lan. Not long after, some people walked towards the Lan family with smiles on their faces. This area was the outer region of the Void God Island, and only low-level Great Emperors were active here. The 4-star Great Emperors and above had already entered the depths of the island to look for better opportunities. This time, the person with the highest cultivation level among those who entered the formation was a 3-star Great Emperor. There were only a few 3-star Great Emperors among them. Each and every one of them was at the peak of their combat strength. Each and every one of them was extremely important in the fight for the Array Disc and the hunt for the Evil God Tribe. The Evil God Tribe also had a few 3-star Great Sovereigns, and without them, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Evil God Tribe. This 3-star Great Emperor of the Lan family was almost at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm, and his battle prowess was extremely shocking. Cooperate with Lu Ming? What a joke! Are you looking for death? Now, they naturally chose to cooperate with the Lan family. In their impression, Lu Ming was merely a true emperor. Although his combat strength was astonishing, he was at most equivalent to a 1-star Great Emperor. He would not affect the overall situation. One by one, the Heaven Realm beings stood beside the Lan family. Lu Ming, Emperor Formless, and the other two were slowly isolated. The middle-aged man from the Lan family, Lan Mo, and the others all smiled. Lu Ming had left the team and was later killed by the evil god tribe. They cannot be blamed for this. Chapter 2355. How despicable! Emperor Formless, Emperor Huntian, and Emperor Skyfire all had unsightly expressions on their faces. It's fine. Since they don't welcome us, then let's go, Deans, Lu Ming said. He was very straightforward and turned to leave. Emperor Formless and the other two followed Lu Ming. Let's hope that the evil god tribe can kill him. The middle-aged man from the Lan family sneered. His name was Lan Kong, and he was an uncle of Lan Yin. Back then, at the Lan family, Lu Ming had humiliated the Lan family in public and even killed Lan Yin. Many people in the Lan family harbored a grudge against Lu Ming. Lan Kong was even more so. If not for the Celestial of the Arch backing Lu Ming up, he would have killed Lu Ming himself. Let's go. After Lu Ming and the others left, the people from the Heaven Realm flew toward the mountain range. Lu Ming and the other three did not fly. Instead, they walked along the ground. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of a huge mountain. Then, they took out some rough stones and began to refine them to restore their strength. They had just experienced a great battle and needed to recover. Not long after, they completely recovered. Lu Ming, what's your plan next? Emperor Wuxia said. This area should be the abode of an expert, and there might be some opportunities left behind. Wouldn't it be a pity if we miss it? Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if he had left the crowd? Lu Ming was not worried. His current battle power was enough to kill a 2-star Great Emperor, and with the indestructible Ancient Scroll's powerful recovery ability, he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face a 3-star Great Emperor. Immediately, the four of them also rushed towards the palace on the mountain. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. There was a palace on this mountain peak, but there were figures flickering in the palace. They were other creatures from the Heaven Realm. It was obvious that they had already been occupied. The four of them left the place and changed direction. This area was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. Soon, they arrived at another mountain peak with a palace, which was also occupied. The four of them didn't stop and continued to move forward. Slowly, they deviated from their original direction and moved closer to the left. There's someone in front. After a while, Lu Ming muttered. He noticed some movement in front of him. The few of them found a hidden place and looked forward. There was a cliff in front of them. It looked very ordinary, and there was nothing unusual about it. An NBSB, but at this moment, there were a few evil god race members that were wandering around the bottom of the cliff. Could there be something unusual here? Lu Ming and the other three had an idea. They then observed patiently. At the bottom of the cliff, a total of 4 members of the evil god tribe were searching the cliff. Are you sure there are treasures here? One of the evil god race members asked with uncertainty. It shouldn't be wrong. One can sense that there's something extraordinary here. Keep looking. There's definitely something fishy. One of the 4-armed evil god clansmen said. He was very agile and kept flashing under the cliff. There it is. What? The 4-armed evil god race member suddenly cried out in joy. He lay on a broken cliff and pointed out with his fingers, sending beams of light into the stone wall. Gotcha! The stone wall suddenly split open, and a crack appeared. It's here! The evil god tribe members were overjoyed. In the distance, the eyes of Lu Ming and the rest lit up. He didn't expect that an ordinary cliff would have another world. This place was so well hidden, so there might really be treasures inside. There are 4 members of the evil god tribe, but only one of them is a 2-star Great Emperor. We can deal with him easily. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Emperor Wuxia and the other 2. The 3 of them nodded, and a light flashed in their eyes. Then, the 4 of them restrained their chi and ran along the ground toward the broken cliff. In a few breaths, the 4 of them were close to the cliff. Who is it? When they got close, one of the alien races noticed them and immediately shouted. Buzz! Lu Ming immediately made his move and rushed towards the 2-star Great Emperor. Emperor Formless and the other two also charged toward the other three members of the evil god tribe. For verses 4, Human, you're looking for death. The two-star great emperor from the evil god tribe had 4 arms. For sharp blades appeared on his forearms. His body flashed, and the 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For sharp edges were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points at an alarming speed. Buzz. The muscles and bones in Lu Ming's body vibrated. In an instant, the frequency of the vibrations exceeded 1 billion times. A powerful vibration burst out with terrifying power. The void exploded and endless void storms swept in all directions. The opponent's sharp blade was destroyed. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming threw out a punch, and the force of his fist crushed over. The evil god race member let out a muffled groan, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. One move, and he was seriously injured. Not good, let's go. The evil god race member knew that he had met an opponent he couldn't defeat. He let out a loud roar and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming's speed was faster than his. With a flash, he caught up with the other party. Boom, boom. Lu Ming punched continuously. 11 types of light shone on his body. It was 11 types of laws erupting at the same time. The other party did not have the strength to resist at all. He was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. He screamed in pain, and his body was torn into pieces. After killing this evil god, Lu Ming did not stop at all. With a flash, he charged toward the other 3 members of the evil god race. The 3 evil god tribe members were merely 1-star Great Emperor Realm experts. The difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Lu Ming killed them all with a single punch. After killing the 4 evil god tribesmen, Lu Ming kept their corpses into the small world. Then, the 4 of them came to the crack. There seemed to be a passage behind the crack. Without much hesitation, the 4 of them entered the passage. The passage was not very long, only a few thousand meters. After passing through the passage, the front suddenly opened up. In front of him was a huge stone chamber. However, this stone chamber was empty. There's an entrance there. Lu Ming looked ahead. There was a half-open stone door in the stone room. They walked over and found that there was a stone staircase behind the stone door. They walked down the stone stairs and soon came to a huge underground secret room. The secret room was very spacious, with only 2 iron boxes in the middle. The eyes of the few people lit up. The few of them carefully approached the metal box, worried that there was a large formation on it. However, when the 4 of them approached, there was nothing unusual. Lu Ming took the lead and came to a metal box. He opened one of the metal boxes and immediately discovered rings inside. There were a total of 9 storage rings. Lu Ming picked one up and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He was overjoyed. There were raw gemstones in the storage ring, and they were all supreme-grade raw gemstones. He had no idea how many there were. Following that, Lu Ming picked up another storage ring and discovered that there were also raw gemstones in it. Moreover, they were all top-grade raw gemstones of the highest grade. Chapter 2356. Following that, Lu Ming looked at the 8 storage rings in succession. They were all raw gemstones, all of them supreme grade. Ha ha, I am rich. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Supreme grade raw gemstones could be used by great emperors or even heavenly emperors. Absorbing the raw chi from the raw gemstones could help condense a small world and strengthen its power. However, it was not as fast as the Chaos Gem. It was just as fast as the primordial Chaos Stone. What's inside? Emperor Formless and the other 2 were also filled with anticipation. Raw stones, they're all raw stones. Lu Ming handed the 8 storage rings to the 3 of them. Emperor Formless and the other 2 were overjoyed to see this. With so many raw gemstones, even if they were Great Emperor Realm, they could use them for a long time. Lu Ming picked up the 9th storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. The next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened and his mouth could not help but drop. The 9th storage ring did not contain raw gemstones, but chaos stones and primordial chaos stones. The ninth storage ring was actually filled with chaos gems and primordial chaos gems. Furthermore, there was an astonishing amount of them. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. The number of chaos gems and primordial chaos gems inside was no less than 10,000. 10,000 chaos gems. What kind of concept was that? When a land family held a banquet and offered 100 chaos gems as a reward, it shocked the heaven realm and gathered all the elites. Lin Xiaofeng, who was originally the first in the 9 uniques, also went to the land family for the 100 chaos gems. If 100 chaos gems were worth this much, then 10,000 chaos gems would cause a huge commotion if word got out. Although the effects of the primordial chaos stones were not as good as the chaos stones, 3 primordial chaos stones were equivalent to 2 chaos stones. There were about 10,000 yuan in each of the boxes. One had to know that chaos stones and primordial chaos stones were both products of the creation of the world. They were treasures that could not be regenerated. One used meant one less. Over the course of countless years, the number of chaos stones and primordial chaos stones had become extremely scarce. But here, there were 10,000 yuan each. This was an unimaginable wealth. Seeing Lu Ming in a daze, the 3 emperors were also curious. Lu Ming only came back to his senses after a long while. He showed the storage ring to Emperor Notionless. After the 3 of them looked at it, they were immediately petrified. After a long time, the 3 of them finally reacted. Their eyes were wide open and full of surprise. Then, the 4 of them looked at the other big box. If there were so many treasures in one box, what about the other box? What kind of treasures would there be? They were all looking forward to it. Lu Ming walked over and opened the box. As soon as he opened the box, a bright light shone from it. Then, balls of light rushed out of the box. What is it? Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated quickly and looked at the balls of light. There were a total of 36 light orbs, and in each of them, there was a glass shard-like object that gave off a bright and mysterious aura. The aura of the great Tao. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could sense the aura of the great Tao in each ball of light. It was very similar to the aura of the great Emperor realm. It's a fragment of the great Tao. It really is a fragment of the great Tao. Emperor Formless, Emperor Huntian, and Emperor Skyfire roared in excitement. A fragment of the great Tao. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. Those at the great Emperor realm comprehended the great Tao, and great Tao fragments could be refined directly by great emperors to enhance their comprehension of the great Tao. It could improve their cultivation and even help great emperors break through bottlenecks. However, the fragments of the great Tao were extremely rare and rarely appeared. In theory, after a great emperor was killed, there was a chance that a great Tao fragment would appear, but the chance was extremely small. Furthermore, a heavenly emperor could also nurture a great Tao fragment. Some invincible figures could even condense fragments of the great path from the great path of heaven and earth. However, the supply of such items was far from enough to meet the demand. Once they appeared, they would be snatched up by the great emperors. A fragment of the great path was a priceless treasure to a great emperor. Buzz and MBSB whoosh. 36 balls of light flew all over the sky, some even flying towards the exit. Hurry up and attack. Don't let the fragment of the great Tao fly away. Emperor Wuxia shouted and flew up, pouncing on the fragments of the great Tao. At the same time, Lu Ming, the Sky Fire Emperor, and Huntian Emperor moved as well. Their bodies flickered as they pounced toward the Tao fragments. Lu Ming was extremely fast. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm formed by the laws grabbed a fragment of the great Tao and put it away in a storage ring. Then they flew toward the other fragments of the great Tao. The 4 of them attacked together at a very fast speed. In less than a minute, the 36 fragments of the great Tao were collected by the 4 of them. Ha ha ha! Emperor Formless and the others laughed loudly. They had gained too much this time. There were a large number of supreme-grade raw gemstones, more than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial chaos stones, and 36 great Tao fragments. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a commotion and cause a bloody fight. A great opportunity. This was truly a great opportunity. This place was so well hidden, so there must be a lot of treasures. Then, the four of them searched the area again and confirmed that there were no other treasures. Let's go. We'll leave this place first, Emperor Wuxia said. The others nodded. They went to the exit and went through the passage to the outside of the cliff. However, the moment they stepped outside, their expressions changed. Because there was someone outside. Blue Membrane. Lu Ming saw Lan Mo at a glance. There were 6 other people. In addition to Lan Mo, there were 7 people in total. Lu Ming. Lan Mo also saw Lu Ming immediately. The 7 people's eyes lit up as they stared at Lu Ming and the other 3. Lu Ming, what did you get in there? Hand them all over. Lan Mo shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. We didn't get anything inside. Lu Ming casually replied. Nothing? Do you think I'm an idiot? This place is so well hidden, so there must be some treasures. Give us your storage rings and open up your pocket world for us to search. One don't believe there are no treasures. Lan Mo said coldly. Are you an idiot? Lu Ming cast an indifferent glance at Lan Mo and said coldly. Also, who do you think you are? Even if there's a treasure inside, why should I let you search? Lu Ming, Lan Mo's face was dark. He gritted his teeth. Today, even if you don't allow us to search, we will still search. You have no choice. Boom, boom. At the edge of the blue membrane, the other 6 people exuded a powerful aura and a powerful pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming and the other 3. 2-star great emperors, and the others are all 1-star great emperors. Lu Ming instantly judged the other party's ability, and his lips curled up slightly. No wonder Lan Mo was so confident. The 2-star great emperors were indeed very powerful. In Lan Mo's opinion, they were enough to crush Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him before he came to the Void Island. Chapter 2357. A total of 7 of them released their auras. The pressure of a great emperor was like a storm, pressing down on Lu Ming and the other 3. The 2-star great emperor's auras were even more astonishing. They made the 3 emperors tremble and take 2 steps back. Lu Ming, surrender and hand over your storage ring. Lan Mo sneered. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Lu Ming said calmly. His expression did not change at all when he was facing the 7 experts. Stubborn. Attack and cripple him. Kill him. Lan Mo said coldly. He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. With him and 1 or 2 people assisting him, they would be able to take Lu Ming down in a few moves. He rushed toward Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank because Lu Ming's figure had suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. How could it be so fast? Not good. This thought flashed through Lan Mo's mind. He wanted to retaliate, but it was too late. He saw Lu Ming's palm rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes and pressing on his face. A terrifying force gushed out from Lu Ming's palm. The blue membrane could not resist this force at all. He could even hear the sound of his neck bones breaking. Boom! Lu Ming pressed his palm on Lan Mo's face, causing him to crash to the ground. With a violent boom, the earth shook and the mountain rocks trembled. A huge pit appeared in the ground. Lan Mo lay in the pit, twitching and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His bones and armor were all broken. He wasn't dead yet, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. How long had it been since he last fought with Lu Ming? Previously, Lu Ming could barely defeat him. In terms of direct combat, Lu Ming was not stronger than him. In the end, Lu Ming was able to win because of the indestructible ancient scroll. But now he could not fight back at all in front of Lu Ming. He was more fragile than a baby and was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming with 1 move. The remaining 6 people were also shocked. Let's join forces to deal with him. A 2-star great emperor shouted. Instantly, the 2-star great emperors rushed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming had beaten Lan Mo to a half-dead state in one move. Such combat strength made them tremble with fear, and they decided to join forces to take Lu Ming down. You came just in time. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The glow of 11 types of laws emanated from his body. The muscles in his body trembled, and he charged at his opponent. This is 11 maxims and 5 ultimate maxims. When the two-star Great Emperors saw the glow on Lu Ming's body, they were shocked and in disbelief. Boom! Boom! While the two of them were in shock, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's fist force was like a storm, blasting towards the two of them. The terrifying fist force made it hard for the two to breathe. The two of them growled and attacked with all their might. The aura of the great Tao filled the air as they cast their divine abilities to fight against Lu Ming. A series of deafening explosions rang out, and two figures were forced to retreat. They were two-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the two of them were extremely shocked. They felt as if the bones in their arms were about to crack. Lu Ming's attack was shockingly powerful. Even with the two of them working together, they were at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! After Lu Ming pushed the two of them back, he did not give them any chance to catch their breath. He launched a series of attacks. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all. He fought with all his might. This allowed Lu Ming to unleash his full combat strength. The two-star Great Emperors attacked with all their might, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Every time they collided with Lu Ming, their bodies trembled violently, and they were forced to retreat. Their qi and blood were in turmoil, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with a 3-star Great Emperor. If they were alone, they would have been defeated long ago. Lose! Lu Ming let out a long howl and rushed towards one of the 2-star Great Emperors, completely ignoring the attacks of the other. Bang! Bang! Two clashing sounds rang out. One of the 2-star Great Emperor's attacks hit Lu Ming, but at the same time, Lu Ming's attack hit the other 2-star Great Emperor. The 2-star Great Emperor who was hit by Lu Ming let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out and crashed into the wall of the cliff. He spat out a mouthful of blood as a large hole appeared in his chest. He was severely injured. Lu Ming was hit. Although he was sent flying, he only spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was still strong, and he was not seriously injured. Buzz! Lu Ming turned around and kicked the 2-star Great Emperor behind him like a steel whip. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, and he was severely injured. The two-star Great Emperors had only exchanged a few blows with Lu Ming, but they were already severely injured by him. The remaining 1-star Great Emperor, who had been fighting against Emperor Formless and the other two, turned pale with fright and retreated at top speed. The most shocked person was Lan Mo. His eyes were wide open, and he was almost scared to death. Two-star Great Emperors were severely injured by Lu Ming in an instant. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? How could his improvement be so fast? Lu Ming's cold gaze swept toward Lan Mo, causing him to tremble and his face to turn pale. Spare me, spare me. Lan Mo actually struggled to get up on his knees and begged Lu Ming for mercy. It was rare for a great emperor like him to kneel down and beg for mercy from a junior. This time, he'll spare your lives. If there's a next time, he'll definitely kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then he, Emperor Formless, and the other two left the place in a flash. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but that their greatest opponent in this formation was still the evil god tribe. If they killed Lan Mo and the others, it would weaken the strength of the Heaven Realm side, which would be disadvantageous to them. However, if the other party was insatiable, he would not hold back. Lu Ming's group of 4 left the place and headed to the right. They arrived at a rather remote mountain peak. The 4 of them opened up a cave, sealed the entrance, and entered the cave. Then he took out all his raw gemstones, chaos stones, primordial chaos stones, and great Tao fragments. Lu Ming, take these chaos gems and primordial chaos gems. They'll be very useful to you. Emperor Formless handed the storage ring with the Chaos Gems and Primordial Chaos Gems to Lu Ming. How can we do that? We obtained these things together. We should split them equally. Lu Ming said. No, Lu Ming. Without you, the three of us wouldn't have been able to get such a great opportunity. Moreover, we're already so old. Our potential is limited. It's a waste to occupy a large amount of resources. We'll only be able to make the most out of it if we leave it to you. We'll just take a few great Tao fragments. Hun Tian, Grand Emperor, said. One, don't have a fragment of the great Tao for the time being. The 3 deans are of use to me, so take them all. Lu Ming pushed the 30 great Tao fragments to Emperor Notionless and the other 2. However, Emperor Formless and the other 2 shook their heads. The 3 of them took 18 fragments of the great Tao and gave the remaining fragments to Lu Ming. The 3 of them each took 1 of the raw gemstones from the 8 storage rings. They gave the remaining 5 to Lu Ming. The 3 of them were determined. Lu Ming had no choice but to keep it. Chapter 2358. Immediately after, Emperor Formless, Hun Tian, and Sky Fire Emperor decided to go into seclusion to refine the fragments of the Great Tao and see if they could break through the bottleneck. Lu Ming happened to be in seclusion to comprehend the laws. In any case, it wasn't that easy to obtain the 8 array discs. Furthermore, between the Heaven Realm beings and the evil god race, only one side could leave. At that time, both sides would definitely have to kill each other. In that case, let them fight. For now, increasing their strength was the most important thing. Without strength, if the Heaven Realm won, it would still be fine. However, if the evil god tribe won, they would definitely be killed. At that time, they could only be slaughtered. As for Lu Ming's physical body, it had just broken through not long ago. With the liquid fire, he had advanced to the peak of the early stage of the 5th level. It was impossible for him to break through again in a short period of time. If he wanted to increase his strength now, the only way was to comprehend the laws. Lu Ming was comprehending an ultimate maxim. Every time he comprehended an ultimate maxim and linked it with the other maxims, his combat strength would definitely improve. The 4 of them sat in 4 different positions and began to cultivate. Notionless Emperor, Sky Fire Emperor, and Hun Tian Emperor each took out a fragment of the Great Tao and started refining it. It was not easy to refine a fragment of the Great Path. It would take a long time. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was comprehending the laws in peace. Now, his main goal was still the Samsara laws and primordial chaos laws. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to the 3rd realm first before comprehending the other laws. Cultivation knew no time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Comprehending the laws here was very fast. Even without experiencing a life-and-death battle, Lu Ming had still broken through to the 3rd realm in the primordial chaos laws. Furthermore, he had perfectly fused it with the original 9 laws to form a divine power technique. The law of reincarnation had also reached the limit of the 2nd realm. However, Emperor Formless and the other 2 were still refining the fragments of the Great Tao. They had each refined a fragment of the Great Path and were now refining the 2nd one. Let's go out and see what's the situation outside. Lu Ming pondered. He didn't know what the situation was like outside in the past 6 months. Had the 8 array discs been found? Lu Ming immediately left the cave and headed outside. Boom! Not long after he left the cave, Lu Ming saw people fighting. It was the Heaven Realm creatures and the evil god tribe. There were more than a dozen people. Both sides continued to kill each other, and the rumbles continued. Could it be that the 8 array discs had been found? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Now that the 8 formation discs had been found, the 2 sides would definitely have to fight. After observing for a while, Lu Ming realized that this was not the case. Instead, both parties were fighting over a palace. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and cast the divine breath technique to completely conceal his aura. He was like a rock. Then, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground, and he quietly headed toward the palace. Lu Ming had successfully entered the palace without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, there were no treasures in the palace. Lu Ming searched around, but found nothing. It seemed that the treasures they had obtained the last time were really something that could only be encountered by luck. Yeah, that's... All of a sudden, Lu Ming's expression changed. He had made a discovery in the last side room of the palace. A ball of light floated in the air. In the ball of light, there was an array disk floating, emitting a dusky light. A formation plate. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could this be the array disk that the array spirit had mentioned? Lu Ming waved his hand, and the power of law condensed into a large hand. He grabbed the array disk in his hand. The formation plate was extremely ancient and had been around for countless years. There were 8 pits on it, and 5 of them were shining. Congratulations, you've obtained an array board. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and then a youth appeared. It was precisely that formation spirit. Now, you've found 5 array discs. There are 3 more. Keep it up. It'll remind you again that only one of you can leave. One look forward to your performance. Finished talking, the formation spirit's figure directly disappeared. There are 5 of them. In that case, the 5 shining pits on the array disc are the number of array discs that have been found. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he put away the array disc and continued to conceal his aura as he left the hall. Outside, the 2 parties were still fighting. Lu Ming had left quietly. Then, Lu Ming took a stroll outside and returned to the place where he had previously cultivated in seclusion. He did not find anything. Now that he had an array disc in his hands, he felt much more at ease. In any case, even if the other 7 array discs were to appear, without the one in his hand, the others would not be able to leave. He could then cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. Lu Ming returned to his place of seclusion and continued to study the laws in seclusion. Lu Ming did not try to comprehend the new laws. Instead, he focused on the law of reincarnation. At the same time, he kept trying to figure out the divine power technique. His divine power techniques were all self-created, so every time he comprehended a new divine power technique, he had to sort it out and explore it again. Only by constantly exploring could his sacred art become more exquisite and powerful. Time flew by, and another half a year passed. It had been more than 2 years since Lu Ming had entered the Void Island. At this time, he had finally cultivated the reincarnation law to the 3rd realm. Furthermore, it complemented the other laws very well and formed a new sacred art. It was a divine power technique formed by 5 ultimate laws and 6 king path laws. The moment he attacked, the sacred art formed from the interweaving of 11 types of laws erupted with astonishing power. There was no doubt that Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. Now that he had unleashed his full power, he was confident that he could even fight a 3-star Great Emperor without fear. What was worth mentioning was that after refining 3 fragments of the Great Tao each, Emperor Formless and the other 2 broke through to become 2-star Great Emperors. The 3 of them had been stuck at the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a very long time, and they had finally broken through to the 2-star Great Emperor realm. In addition to Lu Ming's combat strength, the strength of the 4 of them was considered to be not bad. Congratulations to the 3 deans, Lu Ming said with a smile. Luck. But it'll be difficult for us to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor realm. Our talent is limited, and it won't be easy even with the fragments of the Great Tao. Emperor Formless laughed in a carefree manner. The bottleneck that had not been loosened for many years had been broken through in one day, so he was naturally in a good mood. The 3 of them chatted for a while and decided to go out and take a look. 7 formation discs had already appeared. As soon as the 8th appeared, the 2 sides would probably start fighting. Moreover, now that Lu Ming and the other 3's abilities had improved greatly, they wanted to go out and try their luck to see if they could obtain some more opportunities. The 4 of them left the place of seclusion and headed towards the depths of this region. Not long after, they made a discovery. This was because they realized that there were people continuously heading deeper into the area. The crowd is gathering. There must be a major discovery ahead. Emperor Wuxia said, "Let's go and take a look." The Sky Fire Emperor was the most impatient. Chapter 2359. They followed a few people in the dark and went deep into the forest. After flying over a large mountain range, they came to a plain. A huge pit had been dug out in this plain, and in the pit there was a huge palace. This was a palace that was buried underground, and it had actually been discovered. The palace's door opened, and the few people in front flew in. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. Not far away, a few more figures flew over. They were actually from the Evil God tribe. The few Evil God tribe members cast a few cold glances at Lu Ming and the rest. They did not make a move, and instead rushed into the door of the hall. It seems like this underground palace is quite impressive. It has attracted the experts from both sides. Emperor Wuxia said. The others nodded. They had been trapped in this formation for a year, and 7 of the formation discs had already been found. Most likely, all the corners that could be searched have been searched. It was very likely that the last array disc was in this underground palace. Furthermore, this palace was hidden deep underground. Perhaps it contained a great opportunity. Let's go in and take a look, Skyfire Emperor said. Let's go, let's go, Lu Ming said and flew toward the palace's door. Behind the door was a huge passage that extended all the way forward. As soon as they flew in, they saw a light shining in front of them. The few members of the Evil God race who had flown in earlier were being attacked. The walls on both sides of the passageway were glowing, and mysterious runes appeared on them. They condensed into rays of light that shot toward the Evil God race members. The few Evil God race members tried their best to defend as they advanced. There's a formation here, Lu Ming reminded them, and the 4 of them were on high alert. As soon as they entered the passage, the walls on both sides of the passage emitted a dazzling light that blasted toward them. These radiances were like rays of divine light, their power shocking. The 4 of them set up layers of defense to resist the light. Fortunately, although the light was powerful and could even pose a threat to 1-star Great Emperors, it wasn't much of a threat to them. The 4 of them quickly advanced into the depths of the tunnel. The faces of the few Evil God tribe members in front changed drastically when they saw how fast Lu Ming and the others were. They exerted all their strength and wanted to pass through the passageway quickly, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would catch up to them. However, there were a total of 3 of them. 2 of them were 2-star Great Emperors, and the other one was a 1-star Great Emperor. Their speed couldn't keep up with Lu Ming's group at all. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming's group had caught up with them. Kill them, Lu Ming said coldly. There was nothing to say when they encountered the Evil God tribe. They could only kill them. You're the one who's going to die. A 2-star Great Emperor from the Evil God race roared in anger and charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was not any weaker than a 3-star Great Emperor. He was extremely powerful. After one move, the Evil God tribe members were sent flying while vomiting blood. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward and killed the Evil God with one move. Emperor Formless and the other 2 had also forced the remaining 2 members of the Evil God tribe into a precarious situation. Lu Ming turned around and killed his way back. The remaining 2 members of the Evil God race were easily dealt with by them. After packing up, the 4 of them continued forward. This time, it only took them a few minutes to pass through the passage. After the passage, there were 6 corridors leading in different directions. Lu Ming and the other 3 randomly chose one and rushed forward. Not long after, they found some rooms, but these rooms were all empty. They had been moved. Lu Ming and the rest understood that they were late. Most likely, many people had already entered. Following that, they came across a few more rooms, and they were all empty. Immediately, they didn't stay any longer and rushed forward at full speed. Suddenly, they heard a shrill cry. The 4 people's expressions changed. Someone had been killed. The 4 of them quickly concealed their auras and continued forward. Boom! Boom! In front of him, there was a fierce roar. Get lost! Kill! There were also roars of anger. Lu Ming and the group passed through a corridor and came to a wide hall. They discovered that a group of people was being besieged. There were people from the Evil God tribe, and also people from the Heaven Realm. The 2 sides did not attack each other, as they had a common enemy. In the hall, Black light flickered continuously at an astonishing speed. This was a type of bat. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was made of black iron. However, its eyes were completely red, like fresh blood. The enemies of the evil god tribe and the living beings in the heaven realm were these bats. In the hall, there were already some corpses of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings lying on the ground. Furthermore, every single one of them was dried up, as if their blood had been devoured. And NBSB buzz. A strange fluctuation spread out, causing Lu Ming, Emperor Formless, and the others' expressions to change. It's a sound wave attack. Be careful, Emperor Formless warned. The few of them hurriedly circulated their inner chi to defend themselves against the invisible fluctuations. The invisible fluctuations were extremely terrifying. Once hit, it would directly attack the soul and cause one to be dizzy. Clearly, many people had been hit. After being attacked by these bats, their minds went dizzy. How could they still fight back? They were directly attacked by these bats and died on the spot. And NBSB whoosh. Whoosh. There were dozens of black bats roaming around the hall. The living beings of the evil god race and heaven realm were all blocked here and were unable to advance. Even their own survival was in danger. Opposite the hall, there was a door that seemed to lead straight through. Let's charge over, Lu Ming said as he rushed forward with the three of them. Immediately, a few black bats stared at them. Their blood-red eyes swept over them, and they flew towards them. An NBSB buzz. The invisible fluctuation was rushing toward them. Lu Ming controlled the laws. 11 types of laws covered his entire body, especially his ears, which had the strongest defense. But even so, Lu Ming felt that the power of the law still swayed, but he blocked it. However, Emperor Formless and the other two weren't as relaxed. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces paled. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few bats pounced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and threw a few punches. Boom! Boom! The void trembled violently. The invisible fluctuations were directly crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. The terrifying fist force crushed over, and the few bats' bodies exploded. Let's go! Lu Ming took the lead and rushed forward. Emperor Formless and the others followed behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's cultivation and his powerful physical energy, his defense was amazing. Even the bat's sound wave attack could not hurt him. With Lu Ming as the leader, the four of them dashed forward like a pair of scissors. On the way, Lu Ming killed a few more bats. That's Lu Ming. He's actually so powerful. Someone recognized Lu Ming and was shocked. Lu Ming, give us a hand. Someone shouted and looked at Lu Ming in anticipation. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with these people. Chapter 2360. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people. Now that these people were in trouble and in danger, did they think of Lu Ming? He was saved by Lu Ming? Back then, when the Lan family wanted to chase Lu Ming away, why did these people not stand up for Lu Ming? They even stood on the Lan family's side. He still looked down on Lu Ming and felt that he was weak. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had become more powerful, he wanted to ask Lu Ming for help. There was no such good thing in the world. Lu Ming and the other three kept moving forward and rushed into the door opposite the hall. After entering the door, they found themselves in another corridor that led to the depths of the forest. Not long after they moved forward, their expressions changed. In the corridor, there was also a corpse lying there. The body was dried up, and it was obvious that he had been killed by those bats. The four of them didn't dare to be careless and focused on defense. Whoosh! Suddenly, a few black shadows rushed out from under the corpse and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. They were the black bats. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched continuously, killing a few bats. They continued to move forward, and sure enough, along the way, they would be attacked by those bats from time to time. However, with Lu Ming leading the way, they were still able to move forward without any danger. Along the way, they would occasionally see corpses of heaven realm beings and evil god race beings. This palace was very large. They went around a few corridors and passed through who knew how many rooms. Finally, they came to a huge hall. There was no one in the hall. It seemed that they were the first to arrive at the hall. In the air of the hall, there was a circular light screen, like a bubble floating in the air. When Lu Ming and the other three saw the items on the screen, their eyes widened. A fragment of the Great Tao. The light screen was filled with fragments of the Great Path. There were at least dozens of them. It was even more than what they had gotten last time. The four people's eyes immediately burned with passion. A fragment of the Great Path was a priceless treasure outside. Any great emperor would be tempted. 4 great emperors. Nothing was more precious than a fragment of the Great Path. Emperor Formless, Sky Fire Emperor, and Huntian Emperor had been stuck in the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a long time. But after refining the 3 Great Tao fragments, their cultivation had broken through. One could only imagine how precious the fragments of the Great Tao were. One had to know that great emperors also had to face heavenly tribulations. It was normal for many great emperors to not have any progress in their cultivation base during the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years. There was no progress in his cultivation, but the heavenly tribulation would become stronger and stronger. In this case, he would die under the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. However, with the fragments of the Great Tao, their cultivation could be improved. This way, dealing with the heavenly tribulation would be much easier. Hurry up! The few of them looked at each other, and in a flash, they rushed toward the light curtain. They had to collect all these fragments before anyone else. Otherwise, they would have to fight. Lu Ming's speed was the fastest. He approached the light screen in an instant and stretched out his large hand to grab the light screen. However, when Lu Ming's palm touched the light screen, it was as hard as an iron wall and blocked Lu Ming's palm. It's so hard. Lu Ming's expression changed. The power of his entire body and the power of the law burst out, and he punched the light screen. Boom! The light screen shook violently, but it was not blasted open. At this moment, Emperor Formless and the other 2 also arrived. Their attacks also struck the light curtain madly. The light curtain shook violently, but it still didn't break. Let's focus on one point and break him with all our strength. Lu Ming said. All right. The 3 emperors nodded. The law circulated on Lu Ming's body, and a long spear appeared in his palm. It was the infinite dragon spear condensed by the power of the law. Buzz! Lu Ming shook the infinite dragon spear, and it began to spin rapidly. Like a drill, it pierced the light curtain. Zzz. Instantly, the light screen started to shake violently. The spot where the spear tip had pierced through caved in and rippled. Boom! 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 Emperor Formless, Huntian Emperor, and Sky Fire Emperor made their moves at the same time. They unleashed their strongest attacks at the spot where Lu Ming had attacked, causing the light screen to shake even more violently. However, the light curtain was still not broken. Continue! Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Boom! Boom! The 4 of them continued to attack, and the light screen was shaking more and more violently. After the 4 of them had made hundreds of moves, the light screen finally changed. Gotcha! A cracking sound was heard from above. The 4 of them were overjoyed. They immediately roused their spirits and launched a storm of attacks. Gotcha! Gotcha! The cracks on the light barrier were getting bigger and bigger. The countless tiny cracks eventually turned into a huge crack. The light curtain was about to be broken. However, at this moment, a group of people rushed in from another passage in the hall. There were a total of 8 people. Lu Ming. Some of these people bellowed the moment they saw Lu Ming. Lan Mo, the Lan family. When the 8 people entered, they naturally alerted Lu Ming and the rest. He didn't expect to meet the Lan family here again. That is, fragments of the Great Tao. All of them are fragments of the Great Tao. Heavens, so many. I must get it. Immediately, the 8 members of the Lan family saw the fragments of the Great Path on the light screen, and their eyes shone with a brilliant light. It was the light of greed burning hot, especially the leader of the Lan family, Lan Kong. These fragments of the Great Tao are mine. Lan Kong roared in his heart. Break! At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. He became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear light, piercing a crack on the light screen. The light curtain was already full of cracks and was about to break. Lu Ming's attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The light screen exploded. Dozens of Tao fragments were revealed. Attack! The fragments of the great Tao are ours. Lan Kong roared and pounced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Collect! Lu Ming took out the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram expanded rapidly. The mountains and rivers appeared inside and enveloped all the great Tao fragments. In an instant, all the great Tao fragments were absorbed into the mountain and river diagram. Then, the mountain and river diagram turned into a ray of light and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. Retreat! Lu Ming, Emperor Notionless, and the other three retreated hastily, avoiding Lan Kang's attack. Lu Ming, hand over the fragment of the great Tao. Lan Kong roared, his eyes filled with greed. We found it first, so it naturally belongs to us. Isn't it ridiculous to hand it over to you? Lu Ming sneered, his expression one of mockery. Today you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. Attack! Lan Kong shouted. His eyes were very cold as he pounced toward Lu Ming. Chapter 2361. Lan Kong gave the order and he charged at Lu Ming. The other experts of the Lan family also rushed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Roar! Lan Kang's entire body was filled with purple radiance. With a punch, the purple radiance condensed into a lion that pounced at Lu Ming. Lan Kang's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. At the scene, other than the Lan clan's people, there were only Lu Ming and his group. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming on the spot, as well as Emperor Formless and his group. Since the people present were from the Lan family, no one would know that they were the ones who killed Lu Ming if they did not tell anyone. The celestial arch behind Lu Ming could only assume that Lu Ming had died while taking a risk, or that he was killed by the evil god tribe. In that case, not only could he obtain the fragment of the great Tao, but he could also kill Lu Ming. It was killing two birds with one stone. Lan Kang's eyes were filled with excitement. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming also made his move. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he met the attack head-on and threw a punch at Lan Kang. You're looking for death. The sharpness in Lan Kang's eyes became even stronger. He had heard from Lan Mo about Lu Ming's strength. He was very strong and could defeat a 2-star Great Emperor. However, according to his speculations, it was impossible for him to be a match for a 3-star Great Emperor. After all, the gap between each star was extremely large. If Lu Ming had chosen to retreat or dodge, he might have had to exert more effort. However, Lu Ming chose to fight him head-on. He was simply courting death. Boom! The two of them collided with a deafening boom. The place where their fists collided was filled with a dazzling light that made it hard for people to open their eyes. Then, the two figures trembled as if they had been electrocuted and retreated. Lu Ming and Lan Kong were equally matched in this move. How was that possible? Lan Kong was forced back 5 to 6 steps before he steadied himself. He roared in his heart, and his eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. With this move, he felt that Lu Ming's power was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. How is this possible? How could Lu Ming have such strong powers? 11 different colors of light of law, what was that? 11 laws? Lan Kang's heart was in turmoil. As for the other members of the Lan family, they were extremely shocked, especially Lan Mo, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 3-star Great Emperor is nothing more than this. Lu Ming said coldly, I haven't used my full strength yet. Don't be too proud. Lan Kong said coldly. His eyes were cold as he said to the other members of the Lan family, You guys take down those 3 old fellows first. Leave Lu Ming to me. Yes, leave these 3 old men to us. The other members of the Lan clan said before charging toward Emperor Formless and the other 2. But as soon as he made his move, these people were shocked. This was because the three emperors were all two-star great emperors. Three two-star great emperors joining forces had an astonishing battle prowess, and they were focused on defense. The Lan family couldn't take them down in a short time. Damn it! Lan Kong bellowed and personally charged towards Lu Ming. He used all his strength and roared continuously. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He continued to fight with him. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, but it was still difficult to win. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was no weaker than a 3-star great emperor in a head-on battle. Just as the two sides were fighting intensely, a figure flashed. Someone else had arrived. This time, more than 20 people had come, all of whom were creatures from the heaven realm. Needless to say, everyone was shocked to see that Lu Ming could actually fight Lan Kong to a draw. Lan Kang's face was extremely gloomy. Now that the other people from the heaven realm were here, he did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly. Everyone, let's attack together. Lu Ming has obtained a large number of great Dao fragments. Lan Kong roared, wanting to get the others to attack together. What? A fragment of the great Dao. Many people's eyes were burning as they looked at Lu Ming with greed. The great Dao fragment was too tempting for great emperors. Whoever dares to attack me, if one don't die, when I return to the Tai Ching heavenly region, I will bring people to visit your forces one by one. Lu Ming said coldly. Many people felt a chill. The strength behind Lu Ming was too shocking. There were more than a dozen people at the heavenly emperor realm. No one could stand up to them. If Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones to die. At the thought of this, although many people were burning with passion, they didn't dare to make a move. Lan Kong, without anyone to help you, you'll be the one to die today, Lu Ming said coldly. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming had completely erupted. He did not care about defense and used all his might to launch a storm of attacks. In this way, Lu Ming was directly hit by Lan Kong. Lan Kang's punch landed on Lu Ming's chest, causing it to cave in. However, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and punched Lan Kang's shoulder. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lan Kang's shoulder exploded. He staggered backward, his face pale. His defense could not be compared to Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. He did not care about his injuries and continued to charge toward Lan Kong. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You're only at the true emperor realm, so you don't have any Dao fragments left. My cultivation has already reached the peak of 3-star great emperor. As long as you give me the Dao fragment, you'll be able to break through to 4-star great emperor very soon. As long as I break through to the 4-star great emperor realm, our heaven realm will be able to annihilate the evil god tribe, seize the 8 arrayed discs, and leave this place. Otherwise, we might all die. You're so selfish that you don't care about the lives of others, Lan Kong shouted, still trying to drag the others down with him. Many people's expressions changed. Indeed, their number one opponent in this array was the evil god tribe. Lan Kang's cultivation base had indeed reached the peak of 3-star great emperor, and he was the one with the highest chance of breaking through in the heaven realm. If he were to obtain the fragment of the great Dao, he might really be able to break through. If that were the case, they would have the confidence to defeat the evil god tribe. Some people's eyes flickered. Hee, don't think too highly of yourself. Even without you, 111 still exterminate the evil god race. Kill. Lu Ming sneered and attacked crazily. After Lu Ming went all out, Lan Kong was at a complete disadvantage. He was confident that he could hit Lu Ming, but the price was that he would be hit by Lu Ming too. His vitality and defensive abilities were inferior to Lu Ming's. He was at a great disadvantage in this way of fighting where both sides would suffer. Damn it, Lan Kong bellowed in his heart. He could only give up the opportunity to hit Lu Ming and put all his effort into defense and dodging. Bang! All of a sudden, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. He changed his direction and no longer attacked Lan Kong. Instead, he attacked Lan Mo and the rest. Not good. Lan Kang's expression changed. As for Lan Mo and the rest, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly change his direction. They were shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lu Ming's figure appeared behind Lan Mo in an instant. His palm was like a sharp sword, and he stabbed it into Lan Mo's dantian. Boom! This palm directly penetrated Lan Mo's dantian and tore apart his small world. Chapter 2362. Lu Ming's palm struck Lan Mo's dantian. The terrifying force tore Lan Mo's dantian into pieces. "Allah, my dantian, my cultivation!" Lan Mo screamed hysterically, his eyes filled with despair. "I said last time that if there was a next time, I would definitely kill you. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you, or that I can't kill you?" Lu Ming spoke coldly, causing the despair in Lan Mo's eyes to deepen. In the despair, there was also a strong sense of fear. "No, I want it." Lan Mo let out a roar. "Rest in peace," Lu Ming said indifferently. He shook his palm, and a terrifying force burst out. Lan Mo's body was torn into pieces. "Kill!" Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged towards the rest of the Lan family. Bang! A two-star Great Emperor was almost smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. He was sent flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth. He was extremely frightened. Boom! 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 Lu Ming continued to punch out. Like a tiger falling into a flock of sheep, he slaughtered his way through. One-star Great Emperor realm experts could not withstand a single move from Lu Ming and were killed in an instant. Even though he was a two-star Great Emperor, he was still seriously injured by Lu Ming's punch, even though he was defending with all his might. As a result, Emperor Formless, Huntian, and Skyfire Emperor were free to kill several people, while their opponents were heavily injured. "Lu Ming!" Lan Kong roared, his eyes red. "Lu Ming, you're killing people from the Heaven Realm. Are you trying to disregard the lives of everyone in the Heaven Realm? They're the backbone of the fighting force against the evil god tribe." Lan Kong wanted to use this method to incite the others to unite against a common enemy and attack Lu Ming together. However, no one made a move at the moment. Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking. Disregard the lives of others? Why didn't you think of this when you attacked us? Also, trash like you won't be of much use even if you're left alive. 111 deal with the evil god tribe. "Kill him," Lu Ming said coldly. He was engulfed by the dazzling light. He punched out and killed a two-star Great Emperor who was already seriously injured. "Lu Ming, you better remember this. The Lan family will not let you off." Lan Kong roared, turned around, and ran. He rushed out of a tunnel and disappeared. Lan Kong actually ran away without a fight. Damn it! The remaining members of the Lan family roared in despair. "The Lan family is full of such people." Lu Ming sneered and showed no mercy. With the help of Emperor Notionless and the others, the remaining members of the Lan clan were all killed in no time. Lu Ming, Emperor Formless, and the others took the Lan family storage ring and left the place with a flash. Following that, Lu Ming and the rest continued to explore the palace. However, they did not find anything after that. During this period of time, they encountered the evil god tribe and had a huge battle. Lu Ming and the others killed more than 10 evil god tribe members and forced them to retreat. In the end, they came to the deepest part of the palace. There, they had another harvest. They had obtained some chaos stones and raw gemstones here. Most importantly, Lu Ming had obtained a rare natural treasure, divine wood liquid. Lu Ming recognized the rare spirit liquid in one of the jade bottles. He was overjoyed. This spiritual liquid contained extremely rich life essence, which was not inferior to liquid fire. If Lu Ming cultivated with it, he had a chance to break through to the middle of the 5th stage of the 7 gods' mysterious technique. Initially, if Lu Ming cultivated step by step, he would need a long time to break through the middle stage of the 7 gods' mysterious technique. It was not easy to cultivate an immemorial body cultivator. It was very difficult. It was the same for the cultivation of the 7 gods' mysterious technique. Every breakthrough was extremely difficult. However, it will be a different story if they could obtain some rare treasures. For example, Rare treasures such as liquid fire and divine wood liquid contained rich and huge life essence, which could help the body to improve and break through quickly. How could Lu Ming not be happy? As long as his seven gods' mysterious technique broke through to the middle of the fifth stage, his combat strength would increase dramatically. At that time, with the combination of his body and laws, he would be able to kill even a 4-star Great Emperor, let alone a 3-star Great Emperor. The four of them put away their things and left the place in a flash, heading out of the palace. They had already gained a lot from this trip. The most important thing now was to find a place to cultivate and improve their strength. In a secret chamber in the palace, Lan Kang's figure flickered and turned into a huge hand, grabbing the balls of light. These balls of light were actually fragments of the Great Tao, and there were more than 10 of them. Ah, God bless me. With these 10 Great Tao fragments, my cultivation will definitely break through to 4-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming, it will be the time of your death. Lan Kang's eyes glowed with a cold light. The four of them left the hall and flew into the distance. On the way, Lu Ming suddenly stopped, and an array disc appeared in his hand. The 8 pits on the array board all lit up. All 8 formation discs have been found. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. All 8 array discs have appeared. It looks like a storm is coming. Emperor Wuxia said. The 8 array discs had all appeared. Next, it would be a battle between the two sides. Whoever won would be able to leave alive. This was bound to be a tragic battle. Let's find a place to cultivate first and let the others fight first. Right now, increasing our strength is the most important thing, Lu Ming said. Emperor Formless and the others nodded. In any case, they had an array disc in their hands, so they were not afraid that they would not be able to leave if someone else went out first. Not long after, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. This mountain peak was the highest peak in this area. Standing at the peak of the mountain peak, one could see far into the distance. They planned to cultivate on the peak of this mountain. This way, they could look into the distance, know the situation outside, and grasp the situation. They immediately divided the items they had obtained earlier. Emperor Formless and the other two also only took a portion of the Great Tao fragments and left the rest of the treasures to Lu Ming. After the distribution, they began to cultivate here. Lu Ming took out the divine wood liquid, poured out a portion, and began to refine it. The strength of his physical body began to increase rapidly again. However, the situation in the outside world was a little different from what Lu Ming and the rest had guessed. Both sides did not engage in a battle. Instead, they disappeared one by one, hiding themselves. During this period, after Lu Ming refined some divine wood liquid, he went out to inquire about the situation. After discovering the situation, he was a little surprised. Perhaps everyone has gained something during this period of time. They have the same idea as us and plan to cultivate in seclusion first before annihilating the other party. Lu Ming made a guess. He walked around and returned to the mountain peak to continue washing his face. A few days later, some people came to their mountain peak. Initially, they wanted to occupy this mountain peak. However, when they saw Lu Ming and the others, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated. The news that Lu Ming had killed many of the Lan family's powerhouses in succession had spread among the people in the Heaven Realm. When the others saw Lu Ming, they naturally retreated in fear. Chapter 2363. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, Lu Ming had refined all the divine wood liquid. Fi had finally made a breakthrough in the 7 gods' mysterious technique and reached the middle of the 5th stage. At the same time, Lu Ming's physical strength also increased tremendously. Now, Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. With every breakthrough of the 7 gods' mysterious technique, his physical strength would skyrocket, and the increase was extremely shocking. For example, at the early stage of the 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious technique, he could suppress an ordinary 1-star Great Emperor with his physical strength alone. Once he reached the mid-stage of the 5th level, He could suppress 4-star Great Emperors, and when he reached the late stage, he could suppress peak Great Emperors. Every time he broke through, his strength would increase explosively. Now, with the strength of his physical body and the power of the law, it would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill a 4-star Great Emperor. He could even fight against a 5-star Great Emperor. The time has come. With my current strength, it's enough to wipe out everyone in this formation. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. However, the 3 emperors were still cultivating. Lu Ming was in no hurry to leave. He continued cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. On a mountain peak 10,000 miles away from Lu Ming's group, a powerful aura suddenly burst out. Buzz! A figure soared into the sky, and his aura swept in all directions like a gale. I've finally broken through. The man muttered to himself, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. This person was Lan Kong. After several months of bitter cultivation and refining a few Tao fragments, he finally broke through the bottleneck and became a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already a high-level Great Emperor, and his battle power had greatly increased. Lan Kang's shocking aura also alerted the people nearby. What a shocking aura! It's a 4-star Great Emperor. Lan Kong has broken through and become a 4-star Great Emperor. This is great. A 4-star Great Emperor has appeared. We can finally annihilate the evil god tribe. One voice after another was heard. Some were shocked, and some were overjoyed. Before this, whether it was the evil god tribe or the heaven realm beings, the strongest was the 3-star Great Emperor. The birth of a 4-star Great Emperor would definitely break the balance and give the heaven realm an absolute advantage. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura rushed out from the distance. This aura was extremely shocking and soared into the sky like smoke. This aura was equivalent to a 4-star Great Emperor. This is someone from the evil god tribe. Someone from the evil god tribe has also broken through. On the side of the heavenly realm, someone exclaimed, his face pale. How did this happen? Lan Kong had just broken through and become a 4-star Great Emperor. He had thought that he would be able to annihilate the evil god tribe, but he didn't expect that someone from the other races had also broken through and become a 4-star Great Emperor. This made everyone's hearts sink. In this case, it was hard to predict the outcome. Lan Kang's face also darkened. Someone from the alien race has also broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. I'm not sure if I can defeat him, so I have to improve my cultivation. Right, let's go and find Lu Ming. This kid has a large number of great Tao fragments. He'll sneak over, kill him, and take his great Tao fragments. Then, he'll find a place to cultivate in seclusion. When one breaks through to 5-star Great Emperor, one can easily deal with the alien race. Lan Kang's eyes glowed with a cold light. Now is not the time to start a war. One have just broken through and need to consolidate my strength. You all keep an eye on the movements of the foreign tribes. If there is any news, inform me immediately. Lan Kong ordered the others. Now, his cultivation had reached the 4-star Great Emperor realm, and he had become the strongest expert in the heaven realm. Naturally, he had a lofty appearance. All right, we will. The others quickly nodded, trying to please him. Now, if they wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on Lan Kong. Without Lan Kong, they would be slaughtered by the alien races. The non-human kind didn't attack. Apparently, they sensed Lan Kang's breakthrough and were a little afraid. Lan Kong flew rapidly toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest were. Lu Ming and the rest occupied the highest peak in the vicinity. This was already known to the others. Naturally, Lan Kong had also heard the news. Not long after, Lan Kong arrived at the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest were. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, opened his eyes. His gaze was like the stars as he looked at Lan Kong. Lan Kong, I didn't go looking for you, but you came. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, hand over all the fragments of the great Tao that you have. Lan Kong said coldly. Let's see if you have the ability to take my Tao fragment. Lu Ming said, is that so? Lan Kong stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking like he was the only one in the world. Bang! Then, Lan Kong suddenly took a step forward. As he took this step, a terrifying aura burst out from Lan Kang's body. Emperor, Formless, Huntian, and Skyfire had already woken up when Lan Kong arrived. Their eyes widened in shock as they exclaimed, "4-star Great Emperor! You've broken through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. Flee!" Lan Kong chuckled and looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. "Lu Ming, are you in despair now? Despair? Are you talking about yourself?" Lu Ming smiled, his expression calm. He did not know why, but when he saw Lu Ming smile, Lan Kang's heart trembled for no reason. He had a bad feeling. He's just pretending to be calm. Although he's strong, he's definitely no match for a 4-star Great Emperor. Lan Kong warned himself. His cultivation had been at the limit of 3-star Great Emperor, and with the help of the Tao Fragment, he had been able to break through so quickly. On the other hand, although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was only a true emperor. It was impossible for him to break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm so quickly. Lan Kong was relieved after thinking this through, deliberately mystifying. "If you don't hand it over, then 111, take it myself," Lan Kong said. Then, in a flash, he charged at Lu Ming. Roar! The lion's roar reverberated through the sky. Lan Kong threw a punch at Lu Ming. A purple sky lion formed and pounced at Lu Ming. "Be careful." The expressions of Emperor Formless and the others changed drastically. "This move again, I'm tired of seeing it." Lu Ming's faint voice was heard. He then struck out with his palm. Poochie! Lu Ming's palm was like a heavenly blade, cutting through the void. The apparition of the sky lion that Lan Kong had condensed burst like a bubble. Lan Kang's pupils contracted rapidly. Although he didn't use his full strength, he could definitely injure a 3-star Great Emperor. Given Lu Ming's ability, he should have been severely injured by his one move. However, Lu Ming had effortlessly destroyed his attack. No, something's not right. Lan Kong roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, and he was already thinking of retreating. "Lu Ming, well, fight another day." Lan Kong shouted, turned around, and ran. "It's too late to leave now," Lu Ming said coldly. He cast the 6-feathered divine wings, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles vibrated at least a few billion times per second. His body dashed forward at an indescribable speed. In a split second, he was close to Lan Kong. Chapter 2364. Lan Kong was shocked. He roared and unleashed his full power, launching a move at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming threw a punch, and Lan Kang's attack was destroyed. The terrifying fist force was like a storm, blasting towards Lan Kong. Gotcha! Lu Ming's fist landed on Lan Kang's fist. Lan Kang's fist exploded, turning into flesh, blood, and bones that flew everywhere. The surging fist force didn't stop, bombarding Lan Kang's body. Lan Kong screamed, and his body flew hundreds of miles away, breaking a mountain peak. Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming was too far behind him. He could completely crush him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lan Kong shouted hysterically, and his body was retreating crazily. At the same time, his aura erupted without any concealment, alarming the beings of the heavenly realm in the distance. In the distance, the living beings of the heaven realm discovered the commotion and rushed over. From afar, they saw a shocking scene. Lan Kong was being chased by Lu Ming. "Everyone, save me. Lu Ming is filled with hatred and wants to kill me." Lan Kong roared. A faint smile hung on Lu Ming's face the entire time. He walked towards Lan Kong at a steady pace. Didn't Lan Kong want him to know what despair was? Then let him taste what despair is. What? The beings in the distant heaven realm were dumbfounded and had expressions of disbelief. Lu Ming wanted to kill Lan Kong. Didn't Lan Kong already break through to 4-star Great Emperor? How did he end up like this? How is this possible? Scream, scream. Let's see who can save you today. Lu Ming remained calm and unruffled, slowly approaching Lan Kong. "Lu Ming, you can't kill me." I've broken through to 4-star Great Emperor, in the main force in fighting against the evil god tribe. You can't kill me. If you kill me, everyone in the heaven realm will die. Lan Kong shouted crazily. You're really stupid. Without you, all the people in the heaven realm will die. Where did you get your logic? Are you treating me like a decoration? Lu Ming spoke with a strong sense of mockery. Lan Kong was tongue-tied. With Lu Ming's combat strength and Lan Kang's help, he would be able to annihilate the evil god tribe by himself. In the distance, the people from the heaven realm stopped and even changed their direction to avoid Lan Kong. That's right. Lu Ming was the only hope now. With Lu Ming, they could get out of here alive. As for Lan Kong, he could go to hell. Everyone, Lan Kong has been targeting me time and time again. Just now, he even ran to kill me. Tell me, should I kill him? Lu Ming looked at the heaven realm beings. Damn it, such a despicable person deserves to die. Immediately, someone spoke up. He looked at Lan Kong with a look of disdain and then bowed to Lu Ming in an attempt to please him. That's right, he should be killed. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation level is low, I would have killed him long ago. That's right, that's right. The others chimed in. What a joke. Now that Lu Ming's ability far exceeded Lan Kang's, they needed to rely on Lu Ming to survive. Naturally, they would rely on Lu Ming. As for Lan Kong, what was he? You guys, Lan Kong roared, his eyes filled with despair. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch crushed toward Lan Kong like an avalanche. Bang! Lan Kang's body was like a broken sack, flying far away and hitting a mountain peak. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath was extremely weak. Now, do you know what despair is? Lu Ming stood on top of Lan Kang's head and said coldly. Lan Kong continued to spit out blood, the despair in his eyes growing stronger. At this moment, he was not only worried about his own life, but also for the Lan family. Lu Ming was too abnormal, and he had great luck. Before they entered the Void Island, Lu Ming's abilities were only about the same as Lan Mo's. It would take a lot of effort to defeat Lan Mo. But now, he had only been on the island for 2 years, and Lu Ming's strength had soared to such an extent that he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. This was simply shocking. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye for a Great Emperor. A Great Emperor would need tens of thousands of years to break through a realm, or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lu Ming had grown to this level in just over 2 years. If he continued to grow, the Lan family would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, he really wanted to tell the Celestial Arch of the Lan family that the Patriarch of the Lan family should bury the hatchet with Lu Ming and resolve their grudges. If he could not resolve it, he would have to get rid of Lu Ming at all costs. Otherwise, in a few years, the Lan family would be the one to be destroyed. Unfortunately, he was destined to never bring these words out. Let's go, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and a terrifying power exploded, drowning Lan Kong. Lan Kong dead. Then, Lu Ming kept Lan Kang's storage ring. He scanned it with his spiritual senses and found an array disc in Lan Kang's storage ring. Who else has a formation plate? Give it to me. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the living beings in the heaven realm. I have it. I have one. 2 beings from the heaven realm walked out, each holding a formation plate. In this way, Lu Ming had 4 array discs in his hands. It seems like the other formation discs are in the hands of the evil god tribe. It's time to leave this place, Lu Ming muttered. He then looked at Emperor Notionless and the other 2 with a smile. Deans, let's make a trip to the alien races. All right, Emperor Formless and the other 2 were excited. Lu Ming immediately took the lead, and they headed in the direction where the alien races were gathering. Lu Ming went to kill the alien races. Let's go take a look. We can go out now. The beings in the heaven realm were overjoyed and quickly followed behind Lu Ming. Soon, they arrived at the place where the foreign races gathered. Buzz, buzz, a figure flashed in front of them. Nearly 100 alien races gathered together and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Ants from the heaven realm, you've finally come. Let's have a showdown. Am not afraid. An extremely burly member of the evil god race said coldly. The aura around him was extremely shocking, and he was equivalent to a 4-star Great Emperor. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming did not stop at all when he arrived. He stepped on the void and walked toward the alien race. A little brat is actually so bold. He's really looking for death. Let me kill him. A skinny alien with 4 arms dashed toward Lu Ming. This alien race was known for their speed. In a few flashes, he had disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, four sharp lights suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming and slashed at his vital points. However, Lu Ming just stood there as if he did not know that someone was attacking him. Just as the 4 streaks of light were about to land on Lu Ming, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. All of a sudden, all the sharpness disappeared, and a shocking scene appeared. Lu Ming grabbed the alien's neck with one hand. Chapter 2365. Lu Ming clasped the alien's neck with one hand. The alien was like a baby, struggling madly. His legs, limbs, and arms were constantly waving. His face was flushed, and his eyes were bulging. A 2-star Great Emperor can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming said calmly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The heavenly realm was still fine, but the non-humans gasped. A 2-star Great Emperor with astonishing speed was as vulnerable as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. How is that possible? Everyone's pupils contracted, including the 4-star Great Emperor. It seems like you're the one who broke through to 4-star Great Emperor. The 4-star Great Emperor said. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not comment. It was normal for the other party to think that he was that 4-star Great Emperor. Other than a 4-star Great Emperor, who else had the strength to easily take down a 2-star Great Emperor? Not even 3-star Great Emperors. Bang! Lu Ming's palm burst with force and killed the skinny alien. On the side, Emperor Formless, Huntian, and Sky Fire Emperor sighed. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had already grown to such a level. Killing a 2-star Great Emperor was as easy as crushing an ant. This was a 2-star Great Emperor. In the Yuan Mountain, he would be the overlord of a region, a figure who was high and mighty and could suppress all directions. Then let's fight to the death. The 4-star Great Emperor non-human stepped forward. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and a powerful aura burst out. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. Let's end this. Lu Ming muttered. The muscles on his body suddenly trembled. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure burst out at a speed so fast that no one could react in time. In an instant, he was in front of the 4-star Great Emperor. Why would one? The non-human 4-star Great Emperor's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was almost scared to death. Then, he used all of his power to defend. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the overwhelming force of his fist blasted toward the alien in front of him. Bang! The foreign being's body was sent flying, and a large hole appeared on his body. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura was weak. He had been severely injured by Lu Ming in one move. Run! The other alien races reacted and were almost scared to death. Then they turned around and ran. They understood that they had met an opponent that they couldn't defeat. Even a 4-star Great Emperor had been injured by a single move. If they were to face him, they would only die. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long hiss and charged forward, his fists constantly blasting out. A series of fist forces streaked through the air and headed toward the demonic humans. A few 3-star Great Emperors among the alien races were hit by Lu Ming's fist force. They were killed immediately and exploded in the air. Kill! Emperor Formless roared as he charged toward the alien race with Huntian Emperor and Sky Fire Emperor. Let's attack together. The other beings in the heaven realm also roared and charged toward the outsiders. They could only leave after killing all the alien races. This was a matter of life and death, so they had to use all their strength. This was a massacre, without a doubt. Lu Ming seemed to have entered a no-man's land. His figure flashed continuously. Every time he flashed, a few alien races were killed by him. He then put away the alien race's storage rings. You can't escape. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on the 4 stars Great Emperor. This alien wanted to escape, but he was severely injured by Lu Ming and could not escape at all. Lu Ming rushed forward and killed the alien in 2 moves. After putting away the alien's storage bracelet, he turned around and attacked the other alien races. The alien races ran for their lives, but they could not escape. Lu Ming and the rest caught up and killed them one by one. A moment later, all the alien races at the scene were killed by Lu Ming and the rest. Take a look and see if there are any formation discs in their storage bracelets. Lu Ming instructed. He took out the storage ring that he had obtained from the alien race and checked it. Without a doubt, Lu Ming had the most storage bracelets. He had a total of 50 to 60 of them. In the end, he found 3 array discs. As for the others, they had found a piece. The 8 array discs were complete. That formation spirit said that we have to kill the other side before we can leave. There might be some alien races that have escaped and are hiding somewhere. During this time, you should search everywhere and find them. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Now, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most powerful person. The others naturally obeyed his words. The Heaven Realm beings split up into groups of a few and spread out to search for the alien races that had escaped. Of course, Lu Ming could not be bothered with such matters. He found a place to cultivate and comprehend the laws in peace. Now that the Samsara law and primordial chaos law had both reached the 3rd realm, Lu Ming began to plan on comprehending other ultimate laws. Next, Lu Ming chose the eternal law and began to comprehend it. The more laws he comprehended, the more successful Lu Ming's comprehension of the laws became. It was very smooth. A few days later, he had reached the beginner level of the eternal laws. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, the people of the Heaven Realm had searched the entire area. As expected, there were some alien races that had escaped the net, and they had found and killed them one by one. Now, they were certain that no one from the foreign tribes had escaped. At this time, everyone gathered and flew towards the door that they had entered from. They had just arrived when that young formation spirit's figure appeared. I didn't expect you to complete my request so quickly. How boring. That formation spirit sighed. Everyone's hearts jolted. This formation spirit wouldn't go back on its word and make some strange requests, right? You won't go back on your word, will you? Lu Ming asked. Of course one won't. Although I'm bored, I'm a man of my word. Take out your array discs. The formation spirit said, curling its lips. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 8 array discs appeared. The formation spirit extended a hand and pointed. A ray of light flashed, and the 8 formation discs started to shake. They emitted a brilliant light and flew towards that door. Then they flew into the door and actually fused together with it. Gotcha! The door opened. Everyone was ecstatic. Let's go. Someone was overjoyed and rushed out first. This time, there was no resistance. That person rushed out of the door and disappeared. Go, go! The rest of the people, including Lu Ming, Emperor Formless, and the others, also rushed toward the gate. When they rushed out of the door, they found that they had already left the giant tower and were outside. It's so boring. The formation spirit's voice came from the giant tower. Then, the door of the giant tower closed. Deans, let's go, Lu Ming said, and left the place with the 3 deans. The others also left the place. Following that, Lu Ming, Formless Emperor, Huntian Emperor, and Sky Fire Emperor headed towards the depths of the island. Roar! However, they didn't fly very far before an earth-shaking roar came from the front. The entire world shook as a terrifying aura spread out. Chapter 2366. With a roar, the sky changed color and the earth shook. A terrifying killing intent spread from the front. Lu Ming, Emperor Notionless, Huntian Emperor, and Sky Fire Emperor's expressions changed drastically. That was because the roar was so terrifying that it made people's hair stand on end. Buzz and MBSB whoosh. Following that, Lu Ming and the rest saw streaks of rainbow light flying over at high speed from the distant sky. They were all flying over from the depths of the Void God Island. There was an expert in each of the rainbow lights. Each of them was very terrifying, and none of them was weaker than Lancome. This meant that these people were all advanced great emperors. Some of them had extremely terrifying auras, which made Lu Ming feel apprehensive. Peak Emperor. Lu Ming could tell that a few of them had already reached the Peak Emperor realm. There were Heaven Realm beings and evil God race beings among them. But now, these people seemed to have encountered something terrifying and were fleeing at high speed. Roar. Another roar came from the depths of the island. Then, a huge creature appeared in the sky. A giant white tiger stood on the ground. Its back was taller than the mountains. With a roar, the mountains exploded. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming and the others could feel a terrifying pressure coming from it. Could it be the white tiger, one of the legendary divine beasts of the Four Directions? Emperor Formless cried out in alarm. What? The divine beasts of the Four Directions. The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed drastically. The four divine beasts, the four legendary divine beasts, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. It was said that the four divine beasts were very ancient divine beasts in the heaven realm. They were extremely powerful and were no weaker than the top 10 battle beasts. They were on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. There were legends of the divine beasts of the Four Directions everywhere. There were even divine beasts of the Four Directions that appeared, but those weren't the four of them in the legends. They only had the bloodline of the four divine beasts. Now, could it be that one had really appeared? Impossible. The true divine beasts of the Four Directions aren't any weaker than the top 10 battle beasts. Although this one is powerful, it's not that powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed. Roar. The white tiger's roar was like thunder. Its four limbs stomped on the ground, causing mountains to collapse and rocks to shake the sky. Its huge body rushed towards the fleeing experts. Its eyes turned silver, and two silver sword lights slashed out. A shrill scream was heard. An existence that was at least a 5-star great emperor was killed by the two sword lights in the air. He couldn't resist at all. Let's go. Lu Ming roared, turned around, and ran away with Emperor Wuxia and the rest. However, the people behind them, as well as the white tiger, were astonishingly fast. The distance between them was constantly closing. How unlucky! Lu Ming, Emperor Notionless, and the other two sighed in their hearts. They had just escaped from the formation, and they had already encountered such a terrifying white tiger. They were truly too unlucky. We don't want to go in the same direction as those people. Emperor Formless called out. There must be a reason why the white tiger was chasing those people. They immediately changed their direction and rushed to the side. It was risky to do so. Once the white tiger set its eyes on them, it would be easier for it to catch up to them. However, they had no other choice now. With their strength, they couldn't outrun the 5-star great emperors, 6-star great emperors, and even peak great emperors. If he continued to run and was caught by the white tiger, he would probably be killed with a single slap. They could only take the risk. They had made the right bet. The white tiger let out a long roar and did not target them. Instead, it was chasing after the few strongest experts. Lu Ming and the rest did not stop. They ran for a distance before they stopped. At this moment, the white tiger had already run far away while chasing the others. It seems that the white tiger has its eyes on the strongest people. I guess those people have offended the white tiger. Huntian Emperor speculated. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying white tiger on this island. This white tiger's strength is definitely above the great emperor realm. Could it be an existence of the heavenly emperor realm? Emperor Wuxia said. Their expressions were grave. Heavenly emperors could not enter the island. If the white tiger was really at the heavenly emperor stage, it would be terrifying and invincible. Immediately, they left the place and headed into the distance, wanted to get as far away from the white tiger as possible. However, a few hours later, their expressions changed drastically. That was because a shrill cry came from ahead. It was extremely sharp and pierced through time and space. A large group of people ran for their lives. Some were from the heaven realm, and some were from the evil god race. And behind these people, a huge phoenix spread its wings and chased after them. Vermilion bird. Lu Ming and the other three looked at each other, their voices hoarse. First, he saw the white tiger, and now he saw the vermilion bird. Could it be that the four divine beasts had all appeared? Let's go. Without any hesitation, the four of them turned around and ran. This time, they were experienced and ran in the other direction. As expected, the vermilion bird was specifically targeting the strongest group. Not long after, they successfully escaped. The white tiger and the vermilion bird have both appeared. What's happening in the depths of the island? Lu Ming and the other three were full of doubts. Next, they found a hidden place to hide. For the next few days, they would hear terrifying roars from time to time. It was only after a few days that the roars disappeared. At this moment, they came out of their hiding place and met some experts. Many of them were advanced great emperors. They asked the other party, and, as expected, they knew a lot. In the past few years, the great emperor of the heaven realm and the great emperor of the evil god tribe had been wandering around the Void God Island, killing and searching for treasures. Even though the Void God Island was huge, it had been almost completely searched over the past few years. Some time ago, everyone had discovered a hidden place. That place was suspected to be the core of the Void God Island, and it was very likely to be the place where the master of the Void God Island would truly preach his Tao. This discovery was amazing. The master of the Void God Island was a figure who should have surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. If this was really the place where he taught Tao, he would probably have an incredible opportunity. Many powerhouses gathered and planned to enter the place to explore. However, there were 4 terrifying divine beasts guarding the place, which were exactly the same as the legendary divine beasts of the 4 directions. However, their combat strength was not as strong as the 4 legendary divine beasts. They should have barely reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if they managed to reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, they were not something that a great emperor could fight against. The 4 divine beasts went on a rampage, causing a large number of experts from the Heaven realm and the evil god tribe to fall. The remaining people were chased around by the 4 divine beasts. This was the reason why Lu Ming and the rest had encountered that scene earlier. Right now, the 4 divine beasts are roaming in the depths of the island. All the experts have retreated to the depths of the island. They don't dare to go in anymore, or it'll be extremely dangerous. A high-level great emperor sighed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, after his battle prowess had improved greatly, he had planned to go to the Void God Island to try his luck. It seemed like he could only cancel this plan and stay in the outer region of the Void God Island. There must be some opportunities in that core area. Right now, there are many experts hiding in the outer regions of the Void God Island, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The expert left another sentence and then left. Chapter 2367. Lu Ming could only give up on the idea of entering the Void God Island. They found a hidden place and hid, planning to cultivate in peace here. To Lu Ming, who was at his current stage, it was a great opportunity for him to comprehend the laws here. It could save him a lot of time. Even if he could not get any other opportunities, Lu Ming was satisfied. Lu Ming was comprehending the laws in peace, while Emperor Formless and the others were focused on refining the fragments of the Great Tao, hoping to take a step further and become 3-star Great Emperors. Time passed day by day. During this period, Emperor Formless, Huntian, and Skyfire Emperor would take turns to go out and gather information and investigate the current situation. Right now, on the island, whether it was the Heaven Realm beings or the foreign race experts, they were all like them. They had all hidden themselves and did not dare to move. That was because there were 4 terrifying godly beasts in the depths of the island. 2 of them were guarding the core area, while the other 2 were wandering around. Once they discovered any living being from the Heaven Realm or the evil god race, they would immediately start a massacre. Therefore, it was impossible for those powerhouses to have any ideas about the core area. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated in peace and did not care about anything else. To Lu Ming, the Void Island was more useful than any cultivation sanctuary. Where else could he find such a good cultivation sanctuary after leaving the Void Island? However, there was one thing that Lu Ming would not forget. That was the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Previously, in the Giant Tower, Lu Ming had killed a large number of evil god tribe members. There were 50 to 60 of them. The evil god race's storage rings were all in his hands. These evil god race members were all Emperor Realm figures. There were large amounts of black crystals in their storage rings. Furthermore, they were of extremely high quality and contained powerful energy. Although it was difficult for the beings in the Heaven Realm to absorb these crystals, the Celestial Emperor's body could absorb and store energy. Lu Ming diverted some of his attention to control the Celestial Thearch's physical body to absorb the energy of these crystals and store them. Just like that, time flew by. Spring, winter, and autumn came. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. This could be said to be the longest closed-door cultivation Lu Ming had ever done since he started cultivating. Lu Ming had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation. Lu Ming had cultivated the Eternal Law, the Void Law, and the Space-Time Law to the 3rd level. However, the remaining 2 of the top 10 laws, the Law of Fate and the Law of Cause and Effect, were very difficult to cultivate. The Law of Fate was extremely mysterious and difficult to grasp. Lu Ming had tried a few times, but could not get a grasp of it. As for the laws of cause and effect, normally only people from the Buddhist faction could comprehend it. Buddhism emphasized the cycle of karma. Without that state of mind, it was very difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 8 types of ultimate laws to the 3rd realm. His comprehension of the laws had reached an astonishing level. With his amazing comprehension, Lu Ming had managed to gain a basic understanding of the laws of karma. Not only that, but Lu Ming had also comprehended other King Path laws in the past 5 years. For example, Lu Ming had cultivated a total of 3 laws to the 3rd level, including the Law of Eternal Flame, the Law of Vajra, and the Law of Kings, which were required to cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll. Furthermore, Lu Ming had spent a lot of time to merge these laws and develop them into a divine power. In 5 years, not only had he comprehended 3 strongest nomological laws and 3 King Path nomological laws to the 3rd realm, but he had also managed to turn them into divine powers. This was definitely impossible in the outside world. It would probably take more than 100 years. But here he had done it in 5 years. Now, Lu Ming already had 17 types of laws and had reached the 3rd realm. The power of the 17 types of laws fused together was shocking. However, there was not much improvement in Lu Ming's combat strength. The main thing was that Lu Ming's current physical realm was too high. He could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor with his physical body alone. In the Great Emperor realm, the further one advanced, the stronger one was, and the greater the gap between them. However, nomological laws were just nomological laws. They couldn't be compared to the Great Tao, no matter how many nomological laws there were. Lu Ming might be able to rely on a large number of laws to challenge 1-star Great Emperors or even 2-star Great Emperors. However, it would be very difficult to challenge them with laws alone as he advanced. Unless Lu Ming could use these laws to break through to the Great Emperor realm and evolve them into Great Taos, the power would increase dramatically. However, Lu Ming had no intention of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm now. At the very least, he wanted to cultivate all 10 of his ultimate maxims to the 3rd realm. He could even cultivate even more of his King Path laws to the 3rd realm. When he broke into the Great Emperor realm, his Great Tao would be shocking. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine, and he was filled with anticipation. Therefore, Lu Ming estimated that if he went all out now, he should be able to suppress an ordinary 5-star Great Emperor, but he would definitely not be a match for a 6-star Great Emperor. As for the Celestial Thearch's body, it had absorbed a large amount of the evil god tribe's black crystals and had been filled with energy a long time ago. That's right, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body had reached 100%. Now, with the corporeal body, it was enough to compete with a peak Great Emperor. Buzz. At this time, a figure flickered over. It was Emperor Notionless. He had gone out to inquire about news earlier. With the return of Emperor Formless, Huntian Emperor and Sky, Fire Emperor also opened their eyes. Everyone, there's important news outside. Emperor Formless said hurriedly as soon as he returned. What news? Lu Ming was interested. During this period of time, the powerhouses from the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe have reached an agreement. They plan to join forces to deal with the 4 divine beasts and enter the core area. Emperor Wuxia said, "Join forces?" The 4 divine beasts have reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even the weakest Heavenly Emperor is far more powerful than a Great Emperor. Even if the 2 of them join forces, they can't be a match for a Heavenly Emperor. The Sky Fire Emperor was suspicious. That's right. However, this matter has already alerted the various celestial emperors outside the island. The celestial emperors here in the Heaven Realm are planning to send 2 Heaven Dao soldiers to kill the 4 divine beasts. Emperor Wuxia said, "Heaven Dao soldiers." Lu Ming and the rest widened their eyes in shock. What a huge investment to actually support 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. Clearly, the various heavenly emperors outside the Void God Island placed great importance on the core region of the Void God Island. It's said that the heavenly emperors borrowed them from a few peerless powerhouses. The heavenly emperor powerhouses of the Evil God Tribe also took out a few combat weapons of the same level to deal with a few divine beasts. Emperor Wuxia said, "When do we make our move?" Lu Ming asked, "In at most half a month. Right now, the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe's powerhouses are discussing their plan of action." Emperor Wuxia said. Lu Ming muttered to himself. In the end, he decided to make a trip. He couldn't miss the core area. The 4 divine beasts' combat strength had barely reached the level of a celestial emperor. If multiple peak Great Emperors activated the Heaven Dao soldiers, they might be able to kill the 4 divine beasts and enter the core area. Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak to begin with. His ability to survive was even stronger. Furthermore, he had the celestial thearch's physical body. It was not impossible for him to try his luck. Lu Ming, if you're going, you must be careful. Emperor Formless and the others warned. With Emperor Formless and the others' cultivation, they definitely couldn't go. Anyone below the level of a high-level Great Emperor would only be courting death. Chapter 2368. Next, Lu Ming and the rest ended their seclusion and paid close attention to the movements in the outside world. 10 days later, the Heaven Realm experts sent out a message, summoning all the high-level Great Emperors to gather and head to the core area. It wasn't that those experts were so kind as to share the benefits, but that they needed power. Even if they managed to kill the 4 divine beasts, they would still have to face the powerful beings of the Evil God Tribe later on. They had to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would probably be exterminated by the Evil God Tribe after they killed the 4 divine beasts. Lu Ming bade farewell to Emperor Notionless and the others and headed in one direction. After flying a long distance, they arrived at a mountain valley. This place was relatively hidden. When Lu Ming arrived, he realized that there were already many people gathered here. Over 300. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was somewhat shocked. There were already more than 300 Heaven Realm beings gathered here. This number could be said to be very shocking. One had to know that almost all the people here were advanced Great Emperors. These people were from all races. There were many humans and all sorts of divine beasts. Although most of them were in human form, Lu Ming could still sense them based on their aura. He is Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, someone recognized him and was shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to come here. One should know that those who could come here were almost all advanced Great Emperors. Could it be that Lu Ming already had the strength of an advanced Great Emperor? That was impossible. Most of the people shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was only here to try his luck. However, There were few people who had serious expressions. This was because the news of Lu Ming easily killing a 4-star great emperor in the huge tower had spread. Some people had heard of this. Lu Ming arrived and walked to the side, waiting with peace of mind. As time passed, more and more people came. Gradually, the number exceeded 500. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a little Taoist looking around sneakily. If it wasn't Dandan, who could it be? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Dandan had indeed come to the Void God Island. If there were any treasures, this fellow would definitely be there. Dandan, Lu Ming called out. Who is it? Dandan was shocked. She jumped up and scanned her surroundings. When she saw Lu Ming, she smiled and flew over. So it's you. What? You've broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. You dare to come here? Dandan smiled, and her pair of sneaky eyes darted randomly at Lu Ming. Then, her eyes widened, and she said in surprise, Kid, what a strong chi and blood. You've cultivated an ancient body cultivator, so your physical body is shockingly strong. This fellow was indeed one of the top 10 war beasts. It was very knowledgeable and could tell some of Lu Ming's secrets at a glance. You've also improved a lot. Lu Ming laughed. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Because in his eyes, Dandan's cultivation was unfathomable. Needless to say, this guy had probably reached the Great Emperor realm a long time ago, and he had even reached an extremely deep realm. Ha ha! Then why don't you take a look at who I am? Dandan grinned. Of course, the two of them talked through telepathy to prevent their secrets from being overheard by others. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time and were chatting. In the end, the number of people who came here gradually decreased. 3 days later, more than 600 people had gathered here. They were all experts above advanced Great Emperor. Any one of them was an expert in a region. Everyone. At this moment, a group of people stepped out. There were about a dozen of them, and each of them had a deep and unfathomable aura. They are all peak Great Emperors. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, who nodded secretly. These people were probably the strongest group of people in the Heaven Realm. A burly man with a long beard, who looked like a lion, looked around and said, Let me introduce myself. 1 a.m. Xianxia. After saying this, he paused for a moment before continuing. We'll talk about what we need to do now. In the depths of Void God Island, there's a place that's very likely to be the true Tao ground left behind by the island's owner. However, it's guarded by 4 divine beasts. The 4 divine beasts have the bloodline of the legendary divine beasts of the 4 directions, and their combat strength has barely reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. First of all, our goal is to get rid of the 4 godly beasts. 2 of them are guarding the core area, and the other 2 are patrolling outside. So, we only need to take care of 2 of them. They've been wandering around, so we just need to send someone to attract them. Send people to attract them? Many people's faces sank. It was definitely very dangerous to send people to attract the 2 wandering divine beasts. Who will be willing to go? Xianxia saw through everyone's thoughts and smiled. You don't have to worry about this. We've already sent people out, and they're all experts in speed and life-saving abilities. They'll be enough to attract that divine beast for a while. As for the other one, it'll leave it to the evil god tribe. This time, we've discussed with the evil god tribe. We'll deal with 2 of the 4 godly beasts on each side. Now that we've taken care of the one outside, we'll deal with the 2 godly beasts that are guarding the core area. Similarly, the evil god tribe, and we will each face one of them. In the end, we will enter the core area and fight for the treasures with our own abilities. Xianxia said a long string of words, and everyone nodded, basically understanding. It's almost time. Let's go now. After Xianxia finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the island. More than 600 powerhouses followed him. They had already sent people to attract the attention of a godly beast, so they naturally knew the safe route. Thus, they were extremely fast as they flew towards the Void God Island. They did not need to be afraid of encountering that godly beast. A day later, They had already arrived at the central region of the Void God Island. At this point, they slowed down. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak and looked into the distance. In front of them, there was an area that was misty as if it was covered by a thick fog. Even with their eyesight, they could not see through the fog. In the south, there was a huge arch door. This arch door was open, and from a distance, one could see a stone staircase behind the arch door. This is the core area. However, the fog is formed by a large array. We can't enter it at all. The only way in is through that arch door. However, as soon as we appear, the two godly beasts will also appear. Therefore, we have to deal with them first. Xianxia explained. The people from the evil god race should have arrived by now. We'll contact them now. Well, act together later and take care of one divine beast each. A white-haired old man said. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. Not long after, the white-haired old man returned. The evil god tribe has arrived. We'll attack together in 10 minutes. The white-haired old man said. Everyone nodded and waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Let's go, Xianxia said. Everyone concealed their auras and flew toward the core area. In another direction, they saw a large group of evil god tribe members flying toward the land of fog. Chapter 2369. So many people. Many people's hearts sank. They realized that the evil god tribe had a total of 800 to 900 people, which was a few hundred more than them. The powerhouses from both sides quickly approached the core. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were about to reach the core area, there was a violent roar in the fog. The ground was shaking continuously. Then, a huge creature appeared. It was a huge turtle. This turtle was even bigger than a mountain. It had a thick shell on its back, a dragon's head, and a snake's tail. It was very similar to the legendary Xuanwu, one of the 4 divine beasts. Roar! The black tortoise let out a loud roar. It opened its mouth and howled, causing the ground to shake. Countless rocks actually squirmed and transformed into stone swords that slashed towards them. Heaven-worshipping Tao soldiers. Xianxia shouted and waved his hand. A purple gold combat sword floated out, emitting a shocking aura and pressure. 6 peak emperors attacked at the same time, injecting their Taos and world power into the purple gold sword. The purple gold combat sword let out a sword cry. It became bigger and bigger, and the sword cry was shocking. This was the Heaven Tao soldier. 5 to 6 peak great emperors working together to control the Heaven Tao soldiers might not be able to unleash their full power, but it was still terrifying. Buzz. The purple gold combat sword trembled, and a faint pressure of the heavenly path spread out. At the same time, purple sword chi burst out, shattering the stone swords of Xuanwu. There were also some peak emperors who took out another Heaven Tao soldier. This time, he had borrowed a total of 2 Heaven Tao soldiers. The second Heaven Tao weapon was a round bead that was as black as ink, but it was also extremely powerful. Die. 7 or 8 peak emperors controlled the black bead and crushed it toward the black tortoise. A dozen peak emperors controlled 2 Heaven Tao soldiers to attack the black tortoise. Roar! The Xuanwu gave a long roar and exploded out with a shocking aura. The ground continuously trembled, and rocks and dirt formed all sorts of attacks that attacked the 2 Heaven Tao soldiers, causing an intense battle to break out. Roar! At the same time, a dragon's roar rang out from another direction as an incomparably huge azure dragon appeared. Its body wriggled as it charged toward the evil god race with an overbearing aura. On the evil god tribe side, they also took out 2 combat weapons that were extremely powerful and started a fight with the azure dragon. Boom! Boom! On the Heaven Realm side, the 2 Heaven Tao soldiers erupted with terrifying power. This power had completely surpassed the level of great emperors and entered the level of heavenly emperors. The 2 Heaven Tao soldiers struck out at the same time, instantly destroying some of the Xianxia's attacks and blasting them towards it. Buzz! A purple-gold sword light slashed at the Xuanwu, but the Xuanwu moved its body and the sword light only hit the turtle shell, leaving a shallow mark. Such a strong defense. The people from the Heaven Realm all had ugly expressions. Boom! At this time, the black bead also came down, but the black tortoise still avoided its vital parts. When the bead hit the tortoise shell, the black tortoise only trembled a little and took a few steps back, but it was not seriously injured. At this moment, a wail rang out from afar. The azure dragon had been struck by the evil god race's combat weapon, and a deep wound had appeared on its body. The azure dragon was injured, and the evil god tribe had the advantage. Damn it, we're so unlucky to have encountered the black tortoise. Xianxia roared angrily, somewhat unwilling. It wasn't that the Xuanwu was stronger than the azure dragon. The difference in strength between the two wasn't that great. With two Heaven Dao soldiers, they should be able to suppress or even kill the other. However, the black tortoise's defense was too strong. The black tortoise was known for its defensive power. The black tortoise's defensive power was far above the azure dragon's. It had a tenacious vitality and was even more difficult to deal with. Before they made their move, they were afraid of encountering the black tortoise. They didn't expect to really encounter it. Everyone attacked together. Xianxia roared, calling for everyone to attack. Kill, kill. All 600 of them were advanced great emperors, and their combined attacks were shockingly powerful. Beams of dazzling light shot toward the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise's head and limbs retracted into its shell. All the attacks landed on its shell, and only a violent boom could be heard. The black tortoise was completely fine, and it couldn't break through the other party's defense. A dozen peak emperors controlled the heavenly Dao soldiers to attack, but they were also blocked. However, as soon as the Heaven Realm's people stopped attacking or their attacks weakened, Black Tortoise would immediately counterattack. With Black Tortoise's strength, he was a great threat to them. Not far away, the Azure Dragon wailed as another wound appeared on its body. The Azure Dragon's defensive power was far inferior to the Black Tortoise's. It was retreating step by step, and it was only a matter of time before it was defeated and killed. Ha ha! This treasure land will belong to us! Ha! The evil god tribe members laughed out loud, extremely carefree. As long as they killed the Azure Dragon first and entered the core area first, the treasures in the core area would be theirs. Let's attack together. The evil god tribe also called for everyone to attack together. With 800 to 900 high-tier great emperors attacking at the same time, it was simply enough to destroy the world. Instantly, the Azure Dragon's injuries became even more severe. Wounds kept appearing on his body, and his aura became weaker and weaker. He was becoming less and less of a match. Damn it! On the side of the Heaven Realm, many people were roaring in anger. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to get anything at all. Wouldn't the evil god race benefit from this? No matter who it was, the evil god race was the last to benefit. Looks like I'll have to personally make a move. At the side, Dandin spoke. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandin was the divine turtle of the world, one of the top 10 war beasts. It was also a turtle, and it was at the peak of the turtle species. Even the real Xuanwu was only comparable to Dandin. Not to mention that this one only had some of the bloodline of the real Xuanwu. Dandin soared into the sky, and his body underwent a drastic change. He turned into a giant turtle, and his body grew larger and larger, almost filling the entire sky. The turtle shell was covered with mysterious patterns, as if it was a world. Junior, why aren't you kneeling after seeing me? Dandin looked at the black tortoise, and a huge pressure pressed down on the black tortoise. The black tortoise's eyes were filled with shock and fear. This was the fear of a lower person facing a higher person. Although Dandin's cultivation base was not as high as the other parties, the divine turtle of the world was definitely at the top among all turtles. Attack! At this moment, Xianxia and the others seized the opportunity and controlled the Heaven Dao soldiers to attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise was intimidated by Dandin's aura. Its mind was shaken, and its movements slowed down a lot. Suddenly, its head was hit. Uft. The purple gold Heaven Dao soldier was extremely huge, and the entire blade was inserted into the Xuanhua's head. The defense of the Xuanhua shell was amazing, but its head and limbs were very weak. They were weaker than the other godly beasts and were its vital points. The black tortoise's head was pierced, and it was severely injured. It wailed in pain. Chapter 2370. The others immediately seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Boom! The huge black bead pressed down and hit the Xuanhua's head, causing it to be even more injured. Following that, the Heaven Realm expert's attacks also landed on the wound on Black Tortoise's head, causing him to suffer even more injuries. Roar! The Black Tortoise wailed, and finally, its huge body directly crashed toward the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. The Black Tortoise's desperate counterattack was so powerful that if they were hit by it, they would definitely be crushed into pieces. Everyone quickly made way. The Black Tortoise took this opportunity to shrink its four limbs and head into its shell. Then, like a ball, it rolled into the distance and escaped. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect the Black Tortoise to escape directly. They thought the Black Tortoise would protect this place with its life. Perhaps it was the effect of the World Turtle. Everyone's eyes looked at Dandan as they guessed in their hearts. The Black Tortoise might have been frightened by the divine turtle of the world and was seriously injured, which was why it escaped. Dandan had been adventuring in the Heaven Realm over the years, and many people already knew his name. Huh, the Black Tortoise has escaped. Let's go in. Someone laughed and rushed toward the arched door. Damn it, damn it. The people from the evil god race roared in anger. They had thought that they would have the upper hand, but they didn't expect that the Heaven Realm would have the upper hand instead. Kill, kill, kill. The people from the evil god race were anxious and attacked with all their might. In an instant, the injuries of the Azure Dragon became even more serious, and even its dragon claws were cut off. Lu Ming and the rest had already arrived at the entrance. The arched door was extremely huge and was at least 10,000 meters tall. The few hundred of them could easily pass through it. Their eyes were burning with passion as they charged into the arched door. At this moment, Dandan had already transformed into her human form. Together with Lu Ming, she also rushed into the arch. Behind the arched door was a mountain. In front of them, there was a stone ladder that led to the top of the mountain. As soon as they entered the arch, they immediately felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure was similar to the pressure in other places on the island and could suppress the heavenly Tao. However, it was even stronger here. In other places, they could still fly, but here they found that they could not fly, and even walking was difficult. Bang! Bang! Someone took a step forward and climbed up the stone stairs with great difficulty. Since he couldn't fly, he could only walk. Lu Ming and Dandan also climbed up the stone stairs. The pressure was too strong, and their walking speed was very slow. Only the Peak Emperors were the fastest and climbed up one step at a time. Some of the 4-star Great Emperors were as slow as a snail. Lu Ming's speed was above average among these people. Lu Ming, you can't keep up with your speed. Dandan took a few steps, and her speed was no slower than Peak Great Emperors. Dandan, you've reached the Peak Great Emperor realm? Lu Ming asked. No, I'm a 6-star Great Emperor, but I'm definitely not weaker than them. Dandan said with confidence. Everyone used all their strength to climb up, but not long after, the evil god tribesmen still rushed in. Clearly, they had also dealt with the Azure Dragon. 800 or 900 evil god race members also started to climb, but they were also under great pressure. However, some Peak Great Emperors were still very fast and kept moving forward. Soon, they surpassed the 4-star Great Emperors of the Heaven Realm. What's that? A statue. After walking for a while, they saw a body at the end of the stone stairs. It was obviously a statue. The statue was of a middle-aged man. Although it was just a statue, it still had a domineering and supreme aura. That pressure seems to be coming from that statue. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He really did have this feeling. It was as if the pressure was coming from that statue, and it was even spreading across the entire island. After a while, the peak emperor of the heaven realm who was at the front had finished walking the stone stairs. He walked to the top and disappeared. Everyone became anxious and climbed with all their might. A moment later, Lu Ming finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the top. There were also some peak great emperor experts from the evil god tribe who were similar to him. At the end of the stone stairs was the peak of the mountain. However, there was nothing there except for a statue. The statue exuded a terrifying pressure. The dozen peak great emperors from the heaven realm who were the first to step onto the stone stairs stood under the statue with dark expressions. Boom! Boom! Here, the pressure was even stronger. Every step he took would cause the ground to rumble. What's going on? What did you get here? An expert from the evil god tribe was forcing an expert from the heaven realm to answer. There's nothing here. Other than this statue, there's nothing else here. A peak great emperor from the heaven realm said. There's nothing. The evil god tribe's expert's face turned dark. They had borrowed the heaven Dao soldiers and spent a lot of effort to come here, but in the end, there was nothing. It would be strange if they looked good. This statue, what kind of race is it? As for Lu Ming, he was sizing up the statue curiously. He could now confirm that the terrifying pressure that could suppress the heavenly Tao on the entire island was coming from this statue. It was just a statue, yet it was able to emit such a terrifying pressure. It was truly shocking. Needless to say, this statue was most likely carved of the master of the Void God Island, that supreme existence. In fact, it was even carved by that supreme existence himself. Moreover, the statue looked very strange. This statue was in the form of an adult. It was a handsome middle-aged man. However, there was a pair of snow-white wings on his back. The wings were full of snow-white feathers, and when they were spread out, they were full of pressure. He pressed his hands on the hilt of a huge combat sword, which was stuck in the ground. Could the master of this statue be a bird-type divine beast? Lu Ming made a guess. That's not right. Normally, if a divine beast leaves a statue, it will leave a statue of its divine beast body. However, a human-shaped creature with wings like this one will not leave a statue like this. One speculate that this existence's body looks like this. Dandan said, the original body is like this. There doesn't seem to be such a race in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. There shouldn't be such a race in the evil god tribe either. Lu Ming was full of questions. Maybe it's a race that has appeared in the past countless years, or maybe it's from another world. No one knows if there are other worlds in the world besides the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm. Dandan said, other worlds. Lu Ming's heart trembled and his imagination ran wild. While they were chatting and observing, more people climbed up the stone stairs and looked around curiously. Unfortunately, he gained nothing. There was really nothing on the peak of the mountain other than this statue. After half an hour, everyone from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe had reached the top of the mountain. They stood on both sides and were on guard against each other. Chapter 2371. The two sides confronted each other and were on guard, but they did not make a move. Right now, there was nothing here. If they were to fight later and not get anything, wouldn't it be a loss? Perhaps this statue has a secret. After a while, someone spoke up and stared at the statue again. There was nothing here other than the statue. If there was a chance, it could only land on the statue. It'll break him. A cold voice rang out as an extremely burly member of the evil god race stepped out. In his hand was a battle axe that was as black as ink, but it exuded a terrifying sharpness. Heaven Dao soldiers. Everyone was shocked. 10,000 Daos returning to one. Be it the nomological system, the ancient cultivation system, or the evil god race. All of them would come into contact with the heavenly Dao at the end of their cultivation. In other words, after reaching the heavenly emperor realm, the various systems were actually very similar. The heaven Dao soldiers contained the heaven Dao and were the supreme divine weapons shared by all systems. The supreme weapon used by the evil god race was also the heaven Dao soldier. Help me. The muscular evil god race member looked at RHE other members of the evil god race. Instantly, 5 to 6 members of the evil god race walked out. They were all peak Great Emperors. A total of 7 peak Great Emperor experts from the evil god race were controlling the battle axe at the same time. Buzz! The battle axe trembled violently, revealing its sharp edge. The aura of the heavenly Tao emanated from it, causing everyone to feel a huge pressure. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The battle axe, which had been growing rapidly, seemed to be frightened by something and began to shrink again. Finally, it became the size of an ordinary battle axe and fell to the ground. There was no tyrannical aura at all. It was like an ordinary axe. Everyone was dumbfounded. The pressure here is too strong. The chi of the heavenly Tao from the heaven Tao soldiers is being suppressed by the pressure here. Some people speculated. Everyone was shocked. It was very likely that this was the case. The pressure on the Void God Island was supreme and transcended the heavenly Tao. It could suppress the heavenly Tao and prevent heavenly Emperor realm existences from entering. And here, the pressure was extremely strong. It was normal for it to be able to suppress the heaven Tao soldiers. The expressions of the experts who had borrowed the heaven Tao soldiers turned unsightly. They had originally wanted to use the heaven Tao soldiers to suppress everyone and take the top spot, but now they couldn't use the heaven Tao soldiers at all and could only rely on their own strength. The eyes of those who didn't have heaven Tao soldiers lit up. For Lu Ming and the rest, without the heaven Tao soldiers, they had nothing to fear. HMPHJ, I want to use RHE heaven Tao soldiers. They'll still chop you up. 11 die. One of the evil god race members hollered in anger as he brandished a huge metal rod and charged up, smashing toward the statue. The metal cudgel grew rapidly, becoming tens of thousands of meters long. It was extremely shocking, shattering the void and smashing towards the statue. The evil god race member who attacked was a peak emperor. Boom! The huge metal rod smashed onto the statue's head. The metal rod shook violently, but the statue was completely fine. Not even a trace was left behind. It's so hard. Many people were shocked. A peak Great Emperor's full power attack had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, but this statue was completely fine. Look, the statue is reacting suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone's eyes lit up. The statue had indeed reacted. Previously, this statue seemed to be carved out of an ordinary boulder. The material seemed to be very ordinary. But now, a layer of milky white light appeared on the statue. It was holy and pure. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the milky white light transformed into a sword light that pierced through the sky. Its target was the evil god tribe member who had just attacked the statue. The evil god race member was shocked. However, being suppressed by the terrifying pressure here, his speed had become extremely slow. There was no way for him to dodge at all, and he could only take it head-on. Boom! He swung the iron rod in his hand again. The iron rod pierced through the void and headed toward the milky white sword light. However, the result was unexpected. The sword light flashed past, and with a PU sound, the metal rod was directly sliced apart. The sword light did not stop and continued on toward the evil god race with an unbelievable speed. Blood splattered everywhere as the evil god tribe member's glabella was pierced through by the sword light. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief, but he was no longer breathing. His soul was destroyed. A single strike had destroyed the evil god tribe's soul. Many people gasped. This was a peak Great Emperor, but he was killed just like that without any power to resist. Nor good. Many people were shocked and retreated frantically, afraid that they would end up the same way. However, after killing the evil god tribe member with the sword light, it dissipated on its own, and the milky white light on the statue disappeared without a trace. It was as if the light had appeared to kill the evil god tribe. He couldn't be humiliated. This statue was a statue of a supreme existence that could not be humiliated. The evil god race members who had wanted to use their Heaven Dao soldiers to attack the statue were all drenched in cold sweat. Buzzle, right at this moment, the statue emitted a slight vibration, causing everyone's hearts to suddenly shake and be on tenterhooks. Then, everyone saw the eyes of the statue change. At this moment, the eyes of the statue were no longer made of stone. Instead, they had turned into two vortexes. His left eye was milky white. His right eye was pitch black. In the next moment, light extended from each of the eyes and turned into two paths. Two paths, one to his left eye and the other to his right eye. Why did the eyes of the statue suddenly turn into two paths? Could it be that there was something else in the eyes of the statue? The treasure is inside? Many people start to think. The left is the path of life. The right is the path of death. Life can be death. Death can be life. Choose one between life and death. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the statue. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this statue was not as simple as it seemed. It seemed to know that they were coming. Two paths, one to live, one to die. Everyone's eyes flickered as they examined the two paths. It was very likely that there was an opportunity inside. This was an opportunity left behind by someone who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. How precious would it be for such a supreme being to be able to craft Heaven Dao soldiers? Even if they left behind some trash, it would probably be an unimaginable treasure to them. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. However, for the time being, no one made a move because no one knew if there would be any danger on the two paths. On the path of life and death, life could be death and death could be life. No one could figure it out, so they all wanted others to go first. The crowd fell silent and looked at each other. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. This was a god beast from the heaven realm, and he headed toward the path of survival with his left eye. The result was unexpectedly smooth. He stepped onto the path, and nothing unusual happened. When he reached the statue's left eye, he took a step and entered the milky white vortex, disappearing. Chapter 2372. There was no abnormality in the left eye, and they entered smoothly. This made many people's eyes light up. With the first, there would be a second. Then, another person walked toward the safe path in the left eye. It was an expert from the evil god tribe. Just like the previous one, he entered the milky white vortex in his left eye and disappeared without a trace. More and more people entered the left eye. However, there were also some people who had doubts. Was it really that easy? Then what was the point of the other path? Lu Ming and Dandan had the same idea. Only by putting yourself in death's door can you obtain a great opportunity. He'll walk the path of death. Someone spoke, his eyes flashing with madness. He stepped forward, actually walking towards the path of death. Many people looked at this person. They all wanted to see if the path of death would really lead to death. Bang! The man stepped onto the path of death. His body trembled violently, and his face turned pale in an instant, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Then, with a scream, his body flew backward and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. But he didn't die. He was still alive. What's on the dead end? Someone immediately asked. Pressure, extremely heavy pressure, bombarding the body and soul. The man only said one sentence before he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Pressure? In that case, it's not necessarily a dead end. As long as we can withstand that pressure, a dead end is also a way to live. Many people's eyes lit up. From then on, some people headed for the path of death. This was because many people thought that the path to survival was too simple. There might not be any benefits in entering. Perhaps the great opportunity would be on the path to death. Following that, more and more people continued to walk towards the path of death. However, the right eye's dead end gave off an astonishingly strong pressure. Those who stepped on it were all sent flying, making it difficult for them to climb up. He'll do it! A burly member of RHE evil god race bellowed in anger as he stepped forward, stepping onto the path of death. Bang! Bang! Every step he took caused a violent tremor. His entire body trembled. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. However, he gritted his teeth and did not stop. He slowly approached his right eye. In the end, the man walked to the end. He took a step forward, and his body entered the vortex in the statue's right eye, disappearing. It was a success. Finally, someone managed to enter the right eye. It seems that a 6-star great emperor should be able to enter. Lu Ming muttered. The evil god tribe member just now was a 6-star great emperor. Then, more and more people stepped onto the path of death. However, it was impossible for anyone who wasn't a 6-star great emperor to step onto it. Only a 6-star great emperor could step onto it. Lu Ming, which path should we take? Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Naturally, it's the right eye's dead end. Lu Ming said, "Can you do it?" 11 Dandan pouted. "Try it and you'll know." Lu Ming smiled. Bang! With that, Lu Ming stepped forward, heading towards the right eye's dead end. Boom! And in BSB the moment he stepped on it, a terrifying power acted on his body, penetrating every part of his body and even his soul. This moment, Lu Ming's physical body was trembling nonstop. At the same time, 17 types of laws covered his entire body to resist the external pressure. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was slightly inferior to a 6-star great emperor, his defense was definitely not inferior to a 6-star great emperor. Although it was very difficult for him to walk, he walked forward step by step at a uniform speed. He was very determined. Dandan followed behind Lu Ming. This guy seemed to be quite relaxed. Although he was only a 6-star great emperor, his battle power was comparable to a peak great emperor, or even suppressed one. A moment later, Lu Ming finally approached the right eye of the statue. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. His entire body was aching. Under that terrifying pressure, he had also suffered some injuries. However, under the effects of the indestructible ancient scroll, his injuries were quickly recovering. Buzz! Lu Ming stepped into the black vortex in his right eye. He felt dizzy as if he had taken a long-distance teleportation array. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a huge secret room. This secret room was really huge. It was at least 10,000 miles long and wide, like an entire world. Moreover, as soon as Lu Ming entered the place, he immediately realized that the pressure on his body had disappeared without a trace. It was as easy as it was in the Tai Chi Ing heavenly region. Lu Ming felt full of energy. Sweeping his gaze, Lu Ming discovered that the people who had entered his right eye previously were all in this secret room, flashing back and forth, as if they were checking on something. However, this secret chamber was empty. There was nothing there, nor even a speck of dust. At this moment, a figure flashed not far from Lu Ming. Dandan's figure appeared. As soon as Dandan appeared, her eyes immediately looked around, but she immediately revealed a disappointed expression. There's nothing here. We didn't guess wrong this time, did we? We've come for nothing. Dandan 1's face was bitter. Let's wait and see. Lu Ming touched his nose. This time, he had really made a wasted trip. Everyone waited patiently, and as time passed, more and more people entered. The top experts of the evil god tribe and RHE Heaven Realm had almost all entered this place. Apart from Lu Ming, there were also 6-star great emperors and peak 7-star great emperors. There were W tier 60 to 70 of them. A few hours later, no one else came in. Obviously, those who could come in had all come in. It can't be that we can't get out. When someone suddenly spoke, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions turned ugly. Indeed, although this place was large, it was surrounded by stone walls, and no one had any way out. They wouldn't really be trapped here forever, would they? Everyone looked at each other, and some people's faces turned pale. A dead end. They thought that the right eye was the path to death. Could be true. Buzz. Just as everyone was feeling a little uneasy, the void trembled slightly, and lines appeared. These lines then formed a figure. It was a young and beautiful woman. What was strange was that this woman also had a pair of beautiful snow-white wings on her back. It was extremely similar to the statue. Everyone's eyes turned to this woman, revealing a curious expression. "In the formation spirit of this place," 11, the young woman said. "Formation spirit." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He thought of the huge tower that had also given birth to an erased spirit. It seemed that the formation in this area was too advanced. After so many years, it had developed intelligence. One was created by my master back then. My master is the original body of this statue. He was an unrivaled figure. This is the eye of my master's statue. The formation spirit explained. "Senior, where is your master now?" Someone from the heaven realm asked. The owner of this statue was an unparalleled expert, even stronger than the celestial arch. If he were still alive, he would definitely have a huge impact on the war between RHE Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe. Whichever side he stood on, that side would definitely win. Chapter 2373. My master left countless years ago. The formation spirit muttered. He left. Many people were confused. What did that mean? Had he left this void god island? Yes, I once heard master talk to himself. He said that he had completed his mission and was about to leave this world and return. The formation spirit said, after trying hard to recall. Everyone was even more confused. He left this world? He went back. Go back to where? Did this world refer to the heaven realm, the primordial realm, the evil god realm, or all of them? Only Dandin revealed a trace of shock and a trace of anticipation in her eyes, but she hid it very well, and no one discovered it. When Master left, he said that after he left, the dojo he was cultivating and would be found sooner or later. If someone entered, they could give away some of the useless things he left behind. It could be considered a kind of fate. Also, let me tell you, you can only get it if you enter the right eye. If you enter the left eye, you will get nothing. The formation spirit continued, and slyly blinked its eyes like a young girl. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The useless item left behind by that great figure was a supreme expert. It was useless to him, but it was probably a supreme treasure to him. Once you've obtained the treasures, you should all leave this place. Leave this divine island, Master's Dao Field. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. When the time comes, all of you must leave. The formation spirit spoke again, and this time, when she finished speaking, a small silver-white bag appeared in her hand. She opened the bag and poured it out. Suddenly, balls of yellow light flew out of the bag. They were storage rings and bracelets covered in a layer of yellow light, like the stars in the night sky. Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. These storage rings and bracelets were definitely not empty. They most likely contained treasures. It's mine! It's mine, go! A loud roar rang out. Everyone couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out towards the storage rings and bracelets. Get lost! You're looking for death. Suddenly, a great battle broke out, and a tragic battle began. Here, there was no distinction between the evil god race and the beings of the heaven realm. Everyone had their own selfish motives and wanted to take the treasures for themselves. A civil war had broken out among the evil god tribe, and they were killing each other. There were also civil wars between the beings of the heaven realm, killing each other. A blood-curdling screech rang out as one of the 6-star Great Emperor Realm evil god race members was cleaved into two by another member of the evil god race's axe. Another human from the heaven realm had his body torn apart by a true dragon from the heaven realm. Tragic. In this place, there were only treasures and no factions. Lu Ming and Dandin also moved. Lu Ming dashed forward and grabbed a storage ring that was shining with a yellow light. On the other hand, Dandin pounced on a storage bracelet. Die! One of the evil god race members bellowed and charged toward Lu Ming. This evil god was a 6-star Great Emperor, and his battle strength was extremely shocking. Buzz! The muscles all over Lu Ming's body trembled rapidly. At the same time, he used the 6-feather divine wings to increase his speed to the maximum. Buzz! Lu Ming dodged the evil god tribe member's attack in a flash and appeared beside the storage ring. He grabbed the storage ring in his hand. "You're looking for death." The evil god race member was furious and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. A destructive light burst out from his third eye, and he transformed into a ferocious beast. He roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he continued to use his movement technique to avoid the other party's attack. With Lu Ming's own combat strength, although he could put up a fight against a 6-star Great Emperor, he was most likely not the opponent's match. There was no need to waste his energy. As for the Celestial Thearch's physical body, Lu Ming did not want to use it yet. That was because the formation spirit was still hovering in the air, still holding on to the bag. Who knew if there was a higher grade treasure in the bag? He would think about it when he had more high-level treasures. On the other side, Dandan had also successfully seized a storage bracelet. His combat strength was extremely strong, and he made a 6-star Great Emperor spit out a large mouthful of blood in just a few moves. He had easily seized the storage bracelet. After he got the storage bracelet, he set his eyes on another storage bracelet. Lu Ming's figure flashed extremely quickly, avoiding the evil god tribe member's attack. He then rushed toward another storage ring. There were 2 6-star Great Emperors fighting over the storage ring. Of the 2 6-star Great Emperors, one was from the evil god tribe, and the other was an expert from the Heaven Realm. The two of them were fighting intensely, and both of them were injured. Lu Ming rushed over, alarming the two of them. Don't even think about it. The two of them launched an attack on Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum. His muscles trembled billions of times per second, and his 6-feathered wings flashed rapidly, successfully avoiding one of the attacks. However, Lu Ming did not manage to avoid the other one and was hit. There was a flash of ruthlessness in Lu Ming's eyes. He charged forward and took the blow head-on. Boom! Lu Ming was struck, and his body trembled violently. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and withstood the attack. At the same time, he circulated the indestructible ancient scroll to recover with all his might. Therefore, Lu Ming appeared next to the storage ring in a flash and grabbed it. Lu Ming successfully obtained 2 storage rings. Hand over your storage ring. You're looking for death. The 3 powerhouses' storage rings have been taken away by Lu Ming. Each of them was filled with cold, killing intent as they charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scroll to heal his injuries while dodging the other party's attacks. At this moment, the entire secret room was in a state of killing. 6-star Great Emperor and 7-star Peak Great Emperor were fighting each other, and people were dying one after another. As for the storage rings and bracelets, they were all taken away. Very quickly, there were not many storage rings left. Brat, hand over the treasure. A purple-haired middle-aged man had his eyes on Lu Ming and charged towards him. His combat strength was shocking. This was a Peak Great Emperor. Furthermore, he was a member of the royal race of the evil god race, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed. If he did not use the Celestial Thearch's physical body, he would not be a match for such an expert. Now is not the time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His body flashed rapidly, and he dodged the other party's attack. Do you think you can escape? You will die in my hands. Kill. The evil god tribe's royal member said coldly as he charged toward Lu Ming. The 3 6-star Great Emperors who were chasing after Lu Ming earlier were frightened and stopped. Die your sister. He'll fight you. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. Then, a huge palm slammed down towards the evil god tribe's royal tribe. His palm was covered with all kinds of runes, which intertwined with a terrifying power. The royal member of the evil god tribe slapped out with his palm and clashed with the palm, causing a deafening boom to ring out. After that, the body of the evil god tribe's royal member trembled violently, and he retreated continuously. Buzz! Dandan appeared beside Lu Ming. Chapter 2374. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Dandan. Dandan's battle power was indeed strong. She actually forced back a royal member of the evil god race, who was a peak emperor. The eyes of the royal member of the evil god tribe flashed with purple light as he stared at Dandan and said coldly, "Divine turtle of the world, that's good. I'll get rid of you today to prevent you from becoming a disaster in the future." Boom! A brilliant purple light burst forth from the body of the evil god tribe's royal tribe member. It was extremely dazzling, like a purple flame that was burning. On Dandan's body, countless runes shone, and a world slowly emerged. The battle between the two sides started at once. But at this moment, the storage rings and bracelets that the formation spirit had poured out had all been snatched away. "Don't worry, there's still more." In the air, the formation spirit chuckled, picked up the bag, and poured it again. This time, balls of yellow light flew out from the bag. This time, there weren't many balls of light. There were only a dozen of them, but each one of them was 10 times more dazzling than the previous ones. Each ball of light was a weapon. There were nearly 20 pieces, and each one of them exuded a terrifying aura. That was the aura of the Heavenly Tao. Heaven Tao soldiers. Everyone's heart trembled, and their eyes burned with fire as they stared at the 20 weapons. To be precise, it was 19 weapons. 19 Heaven Tao soldiers. "It's mine, it's mine. The Heaven Tao soldiers are mine." Many people's eyes were filled with burning greed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone moved at the same time and rushed into the sky. Heaven Tao soldiers were simply too precious, and even many celestial emperors didn't have them. Everyone here was a 6-star great emperor, and their next step was to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Once he successfully broke through to the heavenly emperor realm, with the addition of the Heaven Tao soldiers, his strength would skyrocket, and he would be able to stabilize his position among the heavenly emperors. Even if he couldn't break through to the great emperor realm, he could still sell it to the celestial emperor for a great price. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? A terrifying battle instantly erupted. In the previous battle, more than 10 people had died, but there were still about 60 people left. 60 people, but only 19 Heaven Tao soldiers. It was destined that they would fight to the death. Kill! Kill! This time, it was even more brutal. The peak Great Emperors attacked with full power, and several 6-star Great Emperors were instantly killed. Lu Ming and Dandan also soared into the sky at the first moment and chose their respective targets. This time, Lu Ming did not hesitate to summon the Celestial Thearch's physical body. Lu Ming merged with the Celestial Thearch's physical body. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed toward a long spear. There were 3 other people who were also charging at the spear. 2 6-star Great Emperors and 1 7-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and slashed out with the stone sword in his hand. Bang! A 6-star Great Emperor was hit by Lu Ming and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy in the Celestial Emperor's body had reached 100%, and it was no weaker than a peak emperor. The other 6-star Great Emperor was also sent flying by the other peak Great Emperor. Then, he pounced toward the long spear with Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming was 1 step ahead. He stretched out his large hand and grabbed the long spear. "You're looking for death, Dai!" The peak emperor shouted and attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. This was the Celestial Thearch's physical body. It was sturdy and immortal with astonishing defensive power. Unless the Celestial Thearch made a move, Lu Ming did not believe that any great emperor could break it. Boom! The opponent's attack landed on Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, causing it to shake violently. However, it successfully blocked the opponent's attack without leaving a single mark on it. Lu Ming withstood the attack. He grabbed the long spear and kept it in the small world. Hand over the Heaven Tao soldiers. The peak emperor was furious and launched a storm of attacks. "Don't think I'm afraid of you," Lu Ming shouted coldly. He completely disregarded his defense and charged straight at the man. The other party's attack landed on Lu Ming, but could only shake him for a moment. It did not stop and rushed past him, slashing out with its sword. The other party was shocked and quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too slow and was swept by Lu Ming's sword. A deep wound appeared on his body, and he was almost cut in half. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly and seized the opportunity to attack. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had 100% of its energy, and its battle power wasn't weaker than a peak Great Emperor. However, the defensive power of the Celestial Thearch's physical body was astonishing. Lu Ming could completely ignore his defense. In this way, he could completely crush a peak Great Emperor in a head-on battle. The other party was injured and his combat strength was weakened. He was not Lu Ming's match. After a few moves, he was sent flying by Lu Ming and half of his body was cut in half. The other party was shocked. He did not dare to fight with Lu Ming and retreated rapidly. Die! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the other party. A palm covered in runes blasted towards the other party. Ah, run! The other party roared. He didn't expect to be ambushed from behind. It was too late to dodge. Bang! The other party was hit directly, and his body was torn into pieces, dying on the spot. A peak Great Emperor was killed just like that. The one who killed him was naturally Dandin. Dandin had already seized a Heaven Dao soldier, and that person had just retreated to Dandin's side, so Dandin directly attacked the other party. Dandin, let's join forces. Lu Ming flew over. All right, there's one over there. Dandin shouted and flew toward one of the Heaven Dao soldiers, Lu Ming following closely behind. Over there, a few people were fighting fiercely. The two of them charged over and attacked a peak Great Emperor. This peak Emperor was from the evil god race. Boom! Dandin struck out with his palm, and countless runes filled the air. There seemed to be a small world in his palm, and it pressed down on his opponent. The other party was shocked and quickly counterattacked. However, Lu Ming also rushed over. He fought with no regard for his life. He completely disregarded defense and slashed out with his sword. Being besieged by the two of them, that person was instantly no match for them. He was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The other party wasn't dead yet, and he retreated in fear. The two of them didn't chase after him. One of them kept the Heaven Dao soldier and then charged towards the other one. The two of them joined forces and were invincible. The next Heaven Dao soldier was also obtained. This way, the two of them would each receive 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. The two of them joining hands had also raised the vigilance of the others. Those who were on good terms with him started to work together, especially the peak emperors. The 19 Heaven Dao soldiers were getting fewer and fewer as they were all taken away. That fellow has obtained 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. Dandin's gaze turned to a purple-haired, middle-aged man. That person was the royal member of the evil god tribe. This person's battle power was shocking and stronger than normal peak Great Emperors. Kill! Lu Ming was very direct as he rushed toward the royal member of the evil god tribe. The energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was limited, so he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Dandin's figure flickered, and she also charged at this person. Chapter 2375. Be *starred from the evil god race. Come forth and fight. Dandin shouted, opened her mouth, and spat out a long river that flew towards the other party. It was like a heavenly river, but also like a battle sword. Boom! The evil god tribe's royal member's body glowed with a dazzling purple light as a combat sword appeared in his hand. The evil god tribe usually used battle axes, giant hammers, maces, and iron rods. They rarely used swords. Buzz! The sword howls did not stop. The royal member of the evil god tribe slashed out twice at the same time, and 2 purple sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and Dandin respectively. A purple sword light collided with the long river that Dandin spurted out. There was a loud bang, and the two disappeared. However, Dandin's figure was already close to her opponent, and she struck out a palm. As for Lu Ming, he did not take the other party's sword gleam head-on. A head-on confrontation would consume a lot of energy. Lu Ming had to try his best to conserve his energy. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he dodged the sword light. Then, he charged at the other party. At this moment, Dandan and the two members of the Evil God Tribe's royal tribe had already exchanged their second blow. Boom! This time, it was a head-on collision. The two of them trembled and retreated. However, the royal tribe of the Evil God Tribe had retreated even more. He was at a disadvantage. The royal member of the Evil God Tribe was extremely shocked. The royal tribe of the Evil God Tribe was extremely powerful to begin with. In a battle of the same level, their strength far exceeded that of the other Evil God Tribes. On the other hand, Dandan was clearly only a 6-star Great Emperor and hadn't even reached peak Great Emperor yet, but her battle power was stronger than his, which shocked him. Die, you bastard! Dandan charged at the other party again, her killing intent extremely cold. Dandan hated the Evil God Tribe to the core. In ancient times, he had been severely injured by the Evil God Tribe and had barely turned into an egg. He had only been reborn after meeting Lu Ming. Therefore, he had to kill the Evil God Tribe whenever he saw them. This time, Lu Ming had also arrived. With the two of them working together, the royal family of the Evil God Tribe was even more vulnerable. Although he had used all his strength, he was still heavily injured and was frantically retreating. Quickly come and help me. The royal member of the Evil God Tribe roared. The royal tribe had an extremely high status among the Evil God Tribe. Even in such a situation where everyone wanted to take the Heaven Dao soldier, there was still a peak Great Emperor who charged towards Lu Ming and the others. No one can save you. Dandan roared and launched a storm of attacks. Lu Ming also launched a crazy attack. The royal member of the Evil God Tribe managed to block a few moves, but he was no match for Lu Ming in the end. One of his arms was cut off by Lu Ming's sword. The other party's storage bracelet was worn on this arm. Lu Ming used the power of the world to roll up the arm and kept it. Bastard, damn it! The royal member of the Evil God race howled in rage. All of his treasures were in his storage bracelet, including the 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. No, it was 3. He had even borrowed one from the Heavenly Emperor stage powerhouse of the Evil God Tribe, which he had used to kill the Azure Dragon. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to stay and could only retreat frantically. At this moment, the 19 Heaven Dao soldiers had all been taken away. Lu Ming and Dandan had the greatest gains. They had obtained a total of 6 items. At the scene, there were more than 20 more bodies. A few of them, even peak Great Emperors, had fallen here. The remaining people's eyes flickered. Someone had his eyes on Lu Ming. It was because Lu Ming and Dandan had indeed gained a shocking harvest just now. However, there were even more people who were staring at that formation spirit, their eyes flickering with thick greed. How many treasures were in the bag in the formation spirit's hand? A 4-armed member of the Evil God race had a greedy look in his eyes. His mind had been blinded by his greed, and he took the lead to attack the formation spirit. Hand over that bag. The 4-armed Evil God race member was also a peak emperor, and his speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the 4 weapons in his 4 arms slashed toward the erased spirit. You actually want to attack me? Interesting. Then I'll send you on your way. The formation spirit muttered. It then opened its small mouth and slightly spat. It was as though a stream of air had been spat out from the mouth of the formation spirit. Then, a shocking scene happened. The 4-armed Evil God tribe member let out a blood-curdling screech as his body exploded and turned into dust, not leaving behind anything. Everyone's heart trembled violently. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them, extinguishing the fire of their greed. He killed a peak Great Emperor in one breath. What kind of strength was this? He's really courting death. This is the array spirit produced by the Great Array, set up by a supreme expert. If he can borrow the power of the Great Array here, even the Heavenly Emperor will die, let alone him. Dandan gloated at Lu Ming's misfortune through voice transmission. The other people's expressions were unsightly, and they no longer dared to have any ideas about the formation spirit. I have one last treasure left. I'll give it to you. The formation spirit spoke again, and then the bag toppled over, a ball of light flying out. This time, there was only a ball of light that was extremely dazzling. It was 10 times more dazzling than the light of the Heaven Dao soldiers. In the light was a token. It looked very simple and seemed to be very ancient. However, it did not give off any aura and looked very ordinary. However, everyone's eyes were burning. The formation spirit was the last one to take out the token. The light on the token was 10 times brighter than the light on the Heaven Dao soldiers. According to his previous judgment, it seemed that the more precious a treasure was, the more dazzling the light would be. Although he couldn't tell what was so special about this token, it was definitely extremely precious. At this moment, everyone moved and rushed towards the token. Boom! Boom! A terrifying battle instantly broke out, and the secret room shook. Bang! Bang! Several 6-star great emperors were torn apart and died on the spot. The remaining 6-star great emperors were scared, and they kept stepping back, not daring to interfere. So many people were fighting for a token. The battle was too intense. All the peak great emperors were attacking madly. A 6-star great emperor would only die if he was caught in the battle. This time, Lu Ming and Dandan did not make a move. They were preserving their strength, and it was obvious that if they attacked now, they would definitely face a tragic battle. Although Lu Ming and Dandan were powerful, they would definitely face the attacks of the other peak great emperors if they were to fight for the token. The best strategy was to wait and see. Of course, it wasn't easy to do so in the face of such a treasure. Who could remain calm when faced with a treasure that was 10 times more precious than a Heaven Dao soldier? Even the Celestial of the Arch would go crazy if he were here. But Dandan, this old monster who had lived for who knew how many years, had a strong heart, and at this time, she forcefully endured it. As for Lu Ming, he was no ordinary person either. He had experienced too many things along the way, and his heart was stronger than many old monsters who had lived for countless years. At this moment, he had to endure it. At the same time, he also took out a large number of energy crystals to replenish the energy of Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. The Celestial Thearch's corporeal body had lost a large amount of energy in the battle just now, and it was a good time to replenish some. Chapter 2376. The fight for the token was extremely intense. The peak great emperors from the evil god race and heaven realm added up to nearly 30. Close to 30 peak emperors were fighting madly. At this moment, there was no race or faction. There was only one person's greed. The others were all competitors. In such a tragic battle, there were casualties in a short while. A slightly weaker peak emperor was torn apart by 2 other peak emperors. There was also a very powerful peak great emperor who broke out of the encirclement and rushed towards his token. When he was about to get close to the token, he was turned into ashes by everyone. Peak great emperors fell one after another. The others who didn't die were also injured to varying degrees. Tragic, extremely tragic. This was a peak great emperor. If the heavenly emperor didn't appear, who could compete with him? They were all powerhouses who had the potential to become heavenly emperors. However, they were worthless now. Some of them had been killed by their enemies, while others had died at the hands of their own powerhouses. The more they killed, the crazier they became. Their eyes were already red from all the killing. Buzz! Finally, someone rushed to the side of the token and grabbed it. This was a true dragon. Its entire body was golden. It was the most powerful golden true dragon among the true dragons, and its strength was shocking. When he grabbed the token in his hand, he roared and tried to break out of the encirclement. However, a few extremely powerful experts immediately rushed over and attacked the golden true dragon with all kinds of attacks. Although the golden true dragon was strong and had amazing defense, it couldn't withstand it. Wounds appeared on its body, and it almost tore it apart. Its eyes revealed a look of fear as it threw the token away. The scene fell into a chaotic battle again. Lu Ming, hurry up and recover. 111, make some arrangements. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Then, her figure flashed quickly. Runes emerged from Dandan's hands and disappeared into the void. Lu Ming knew that Dandan was setting up a big array. Dandan's control of the Tao of Runes had reached an incredible realm. As long as he was given a little time, he would definitely be able to arrange a powerful formation. Lu Ming kept taking out energy crystals and supreme-grade rough stones to speed up the storage of energy in the celestial thearch's body. Bang! Bang! Piles and piles of energy crystals he had obtained from the evil god tribe and supreme-grade rough stones exploded and turned into energy that was absorbed by the celestial thearch's body. Of course, some of them were wasted and dissipated in the void. However, Lu Ming did not care. Usually, Lu Ming would not use such an overbearing method to let the celestial thearch's body store energy, as it was too wasteful. Some of the energy would dissipate because it could not be absorbed. However, he could not care so much now. In the air, the formation spirit swept a glance at Dandan, a trace of a smile hanging on the corner of its mouth, as if it had seen something but did not say much. At the scene, the battle for the tokens had entered a white-hot stage, and the killing was extremely fierce. Many peak great emperors were killed and died here. There had been around 30 peak great emperors at the start, but only 20 remained. The remaining 20 or so peak great emperors were all injured. Buzz! At this moment, Dandan appeared beside Lu Ming and said, "How is it? Can you make a move?" "Sure," Lu Ming said. "All right, let's attack together. We'll seize that token as quickly as possible." Dandan nodded. Almost at the same time, the two of them moved. The two of them rushed out at the same time. "Endless world," Dandan roared loudly. He revealed his true form, and his entire body was covered with countless symbols. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a world. It was really a world. However, it was not a small world that was condensed. It was a kind of magical technique. The power of this sacred art was extremely terrifying. It was as if an entire world was suppressing the enemy. Boom! A peak great emperor in front of Dandan was already injured, and she suddenly attacked. He didn't have time to react and was killed. Another 2 peak great emperors were sent flying. Buzz! Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed over, waving his hand to grab the token. He and Dandan worked together seamlessly. Lu Ming grabbed the token in his hand. "You're looking for death. Release the token. Kill, die." The other peak emperors roared and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Lu Ming was instantly overwhelmed by all kinds of attacks. The celestial thearch's physical body trembled wildly and was sent flying. He flew thousands of miles away and crashed into the wall of the secret chamber. However, Lu Ming was fine. The celestial thearch's physical body had blocked the other people's attacks. If it was any other peak emperor, they would have been killed by this many attacks. However, Lu Ming used the celestial thearch's physical body to block these attacks and successfully kept the token into the small world. Still not dead. Kill him. The others were shocked as well. Then, they charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. "Lu Ming, come here and enter the formation." Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. At the same time, she waved her hands rapidly. Sword lights appeared in the void and attacked the peak emperors. Half of the peak great emperors were stopped by Dandan's formation. The rest of them continued to charge at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's feet stomped heavily on the wall. His body was like a cannonball, rushing towards Dandan. Whoosh! 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 One attack after another was directed at Lu Ming, but he did not care and allowed the attacks to land on his body. No one under the Celestial Emperor realm could break through the defense of the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Lu Ming rushed past her and approached Dandan at high speed. Kill! A purple-haired middle-aged man appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword at him. It was the royal member of the evil god tribe. His arm had been cut off by Lu Ming, and his storage bracelet had been snatched away. He was constantly thinking of getting it back. At that moment, his arm had regrown. He seized the opportunity and charged at Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and slashed with his sword. Clang! The two swords clashed, and a violent boom erupted. Lu Ming's figure was blocked, and he stopped. However, Lu Ming took another step forward and charged toward the royal member of the evil god tribe. Not only his sword, but his entire body also charged toward the other party. There were no moves or spells at all, only a brutal impact. Whoosh! Whoosh! The evil god tribe's royal member stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. The hundreds of sword gleams were extremely sharp. However, Lu Ming did not seem to see them as he crashed into them. The sword gleam could only leave a few shallow marks on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming and his sword crashed into the evil god tribe's royal member. The royal member grunted as his body was sent flying. Lu Ming, on the other hand, rushed past him and arrived near Dandan. "Great formation, Rise!" He shouted daringly and waved his hands. Countless runes appeared and pieces of turtle shells appeared out of thin air, shrouding Lu Ming and him in the middle. Chapter 2377. Dandan controlled the formation and countless runes appeared, forming pieces of turtle shells that were like shields, surrounding Lu Ming and Dandan in the middle. Boom! 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 Just as the turtle shell rose, the attacks from all directions arrived. Each attack was from a peak emperor, but they were all blocked by the turtle shell. None of the attacks could break through the turtle shell. Ha ha ha! You want to break the formation I set up? Although it's only for a short time, it's still possible to set up a formation that can protect you all. Dandan laughed out loud, extremely proud. Damn it! Watch me break your turtle shell. Break! The rest of the Peak Emperors shouted and used their ultimate moves to attack Dandan and Lu Ming. However, there were so many turtle shells that they blocked all the gaps. When all the attacks landed on the turtle shells, they only trembled but couldn't be broken. Everyone attack 1 point. Someone shouted, wanting to concentrate everyone's attack on 1 point and break the turtle shell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone's attacks were focused on the turtle shell. Sure enough, this move was effective. The turtle shell shook violently, and then cracks appeared on it. Those people were overjoyed, but their faces were very calm, and even had a faint mocking look. Boom! The turtle shell was shattered, but in the next moment, a new turtle shell was formed. Those people were stunned for a moment, and then their anger soared to the sky, and they launched an attack again. But it was no use. Every time they broke a turtle shell, a new one would float out. Dandan revealed a faint smile and a leisurely expression, which almost made those people vomit blood. After attacking for a while, there was no effect at all, and those people had to stop. What's the point of hiding in the turtle shell? Well, just wait here. He'll come out sooner or later, and once he does, we'll tear them to pieces. The royal member of the evil god tribe said coldly. The others also revealed cold gazes. Have you all forgotten what one said before? At this moment, the formation spirit in the air spoke, its clear voice ringing in everyone's ears. I've already given you the items. After you get them, it'll send you out. You have half an hour more. After that, it'll send all of you out at the same time. Half an hour, damn it. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically. Then, they launched their attacks one after another, attacking Dandan and Lu Ming. They had to break through Dandan's formation within half an hour. However, everything was in vain. It was completely useless. There were even people who bombarded the void, smashing it into pieces, trying to destroy the formation base of the formation. However, this kind of formation that imprinted runes in the void couldn't be broken at all. Unless the power was extremely strong and annihilated all the particles in the void, it was impossible to break through the void. Time passed quickly, and half an hour was up. All right, time's up. You can all leave. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke. After she finished speaking, her body emitted a dazzling radiance. An incomparably powerful force was applied to Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! Their bodies were repelled by an extremely powerful force, and they flew out of the statue in an instant. Then, they flew out of the island. At this moment, An extremely terrifying and supreme power erupted from the statue and spread in all directions. Everyone on Void God Island was pushed by this force and was sent flying out of the island. However, the strange thing was that the demonic beasts and mutated beasts that had originally lived on the island were completely fine. Lu Ming's body was in the air. He could not control his body at all. It was as if he was being pushed by a huge wave in the sea and was flying backward rapidly. At the same time, he saw many other figures being pushed in all directions from the other corners of the island. The scene was extremely spectacular. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest were pushed to the edge of the Void God Island. They stood in the void, and at this time, the force disappeared. At the edge of the island stood many figures. There were beings from the evil god race and the heaven realm. Other than Lu Ming and a few people, most of the people looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Someone had made a move. One of the evil god race members suddenly attacked and tore apart a heaven realm expert. That was because at the edge of the island, the living beings of the evil god race and heaven realm were all mixed together. After being stunned for a moment, someone finally reacted and made a move. "You're looking for death." Immediately, someone from the heaven realm retaliated. At the edge of the Void God Island, a chaotic battle immediately broke out. Two 2-star and 3-star Great Emperors attacked Lu Ming and were killed by him with one punch. "Dandan, let's go first." Lu Ming rushed toward Dandan because Dandan happened to appear not far from him. Soon, the two of them met up and rushed out into the void, trying to meet up with Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. "Stay here." With a loud roar, one of the evil god race members charged toward Lu Ming and the other man with a burning gaze. This evil god race member was a peak emperor. There were almost 20 peak great emperors left in the statue, but they were scattered by the force. There is only one peak great emperor here. You want to keep me here alone? Die. A ferocious look flashed in Dandan's eyes as she charged toward this peak great emperor from the evil god race. As for Lu Ming, he had already put away the celestial emperor's body. Without it, he was no match for a peak great emperor, so he did not make a move. Boom! Boom! Dandan's battle power was extremely strong, and after a few moves, she made the peak emperor spit out blood. The other party was shocked and retreated, not daring to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Dandan met up and rushed outside. "Let's go. Now is not the time for the final battle." On the side of the heaven realm, someone shouted and then flew out one by one. The people from the evil god race didn't dare to chase after them, because the heaven realm's people were flying in the direction that the heaven realm's celestial arch was receiving. If they chased after them, they would only be met with death. The evil god race members turned around and flew in another direction. Slowly, the battle at the edge of the Void God Island came to a stop. Everyone chose the right direction and left the Void God Island. Lu Ming and Dandan flew at top speed. The Void God Island was getting further and further away from them, and it was getting smaller. Finally, they saw the figures in front of them. It was the Heavenly Emperor from the Heavenly Realm, and there were more than a dozen of them. Lu Ming saw the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor among them. These Heavenly Emperors were all looking at the Void God Island anxiously. Clearly, they had also sensed the change on the island. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming, and he flew over. "Lu Ming, what happened on the Void God Island?" Heavenly Emperor Hengyu asked. The other celestial emperors also turned to look at him curiously. Chapter 2378, Senior Hengyu. This matter is complicated. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said, "All right, 111 bring you guys back." The Eternal Universe, Heavenly Emperor nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, he led Lu Ming and Dandan toward the passageway that they had come from. That passageway was also guarded by the Celestial Arch. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor brought Lu Ming and Dandan through the passage and returned to the Tai Ching Heavenly Region. "Lu Ming, you guys wait for me here. I have to go and bring the others back." Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. There were many great emperors that entered the island, but the number of heavenly emperors was limited. Naturally, each heavenly emperor would have to make many trips. Senior Hengyu, how about this? We'll wait for you in Two World City first. Lu Ming said. That's good too. You guys can return to Two World City first. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu nodded before turning around and entering the passageway. Lu Ming and Dandan flew toward Two World City. Back when the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor had brought them from Two World City, it had only taken them an hour. However, their speed was naturally not as fast as the Hengyu Heavenly Emperors. The two of them had flown at full speed, but it had still taken them 2 full days to return to Two World City. In Lu Ming's residence in Two World City, Lu Ming and Dandan began to divide the treasures they had obtained. What they split was mainly the Heaven Dao soldier and the token. The two of them took out all their Heaven Dao soldiers. The two of them had worked together to snatch 6 Heaven Dao soldiers, and the other one had been brought in by the evil god race's royal clan. There were a total of 7 of them. The 7 Heaven Dao soldiers gave off a terrifying aura, scaring Dandan so much that she hurriedly set up a formation to cover up the aura. In addition, there was also that token. Dandan, what will you choose? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Dandan's eyes swept between the Heaven Dao soldier and the token with a fiery gaze, wishing she could take both for herself. They'll study this token first. Dandan grabbed the token in her hand and studied it carefully. However, Dandan had used all kinds of methods, but she had found nothing. Why would I? Dandan revealed a puzzled expression. Let me see. Lu Ming took the token and studied it carefully. However, he realized that there was nothing special about the token except that it was made of special materials and was sturdy. It's a very ordinary token. Is it really more important than a Heaven Dao soldier? Lu Ming was puzzled. Dandan was also scratching her head, unable to figure it out. Dandan, how about this 7 Heaven Dao soldiers? Each person will get 3, each person will get 4, but the 3 Heaven Dao soldiers plus this token, how about it? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. All right, Dandan nodded, but her eyes were rolling around, obviously hesitating about what to choose. How about this? It'll take 3 Heaven Dao soldiers and this command medallion. Lu Ming was the first to speak. You chose this token? You sure know how to choose. Dandan gritted her teeth. Dandan, this token might not be of any use at all. You've studied it before. I took it out purely out of curiosity. Heaven Dao soldiers are so precious. You made a big profit by letting you take 1 more. Lu Ming said, Go, go, go. You're trying to trick a 3-year-old kid. This token is extremely mysterious, and it was taken out last by the formation spirit. It might contain the secret of the heavenly Dao. You want to keep it for yourself, kid, but don't think one don't know. Dandan gritted her teeth and stared at the token, reluctant to look away. Dandan, how about this? I always feel that I have some fate with this token. It'll take it first, and if I discover any secrets in the future, it'll definitely take you with me. How about it? Lu Ming said. He really couldn't bear to give this token to Dandan. To be honest, he really had a feeling that this token might be of great use in the future. This was a kind of intuition. Dandan gritted her teeth, obviously still reluctant. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Brat, if you discover any secrets in the future, you must tell me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. After saying that, Dandan began to pick out the 7 Heaven Dao soldiers. Dandan, this spear is more suitable for me. You can choose the rest. Lu Ming kept one of the long spears. Dandan was unconcerned. A Heaven Dao soldier in the form of a spear was not of much use to him. In the end, Dandan chose 4 Heaven Dao soldiers and kept them, leaving 2 for Lu Ming. The remaining 2 items were a sword and a meteor hammer. Lu Ming kept all of them, feeling satisfied. This time around, he had obtained 3 Heaven Dao soldiers. This was a huge harvest. Lu Ming, they'll be cultivating in Two World City for this period of time. If you discover anything, remember to look for me, he said. After Dandan put away the things, her figure flashed and she left the place. Lu Ming smiled, then took out 2 storage rings and checked them. He had obtained the 2 storage rings from the erased spirit. Lu Ming was very curious about what was inside. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he used his spiritual senses to scan the area. The items in the storage ring were all over the place. Ori rocks, all sorts of blacksmithing materials, pills, and so on. Chaos gem. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found chaos gems in one of the storage rings. This time, there were a shocking number of them, more than 10,000 pieces. This was an astonishing harvest. Also, the fragment of the Great Tao. Next, Lu Ming found more fragments of the Great Tao. They were locked in a box, and there were more than 100 pieces. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was overjoyed. If this wealth was taken out, it would make people go crazy. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Lu Ming's current wealth was already more than many of the heavenly emperors. 3 Heaven Dao weapons was no joke. After all, most of the celestial emperors didn't even have Heaven Dao weapons. This trip to the Void God Island has truly been a great harvest. Lu Ming sighed. After cultivating on the Void Island for 7 to 8 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all dimensions. Lu Ming had already cultivated 8 of the 10 ultimate maxims to the 3rd realm. He had also cultivated 3 of the King Path maxims to the 3rd realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had also cultivated the 7 Gods mysterious technique to the middle of the 5th stage. His abilities had improved in all aspects. What a pity. If I had cultivated in there for a while, I might have been able to successfully cultivate the remaining 2 ultimate maxims. Lu Ming sighed. Out of the 10 strongest laws, he had only just started learning the law of cause and effect. As for the law of fate, he had yet to learn it. The speed of comprehending the laws on the Void Island was dozens of times faster than it was outside. Lu Ming was really tempted. It was a pity that he couldn't go in the future. It's already very rare for me to have such a great harvest. One can't be too greedy. Lu Ming smiled and kept his things. He sat cross-legged, and his soul entered the small world to begin comprehending the laws of karma. Time flew by, and half a month passed. On this day, Emperor Hengyu had arrived. It was clear that all the great emperors who had entered the island had been brought out. Lu Ming immediately recounted what had happened on the island to Emperor Hengyu. Chapter 2379. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sighed when he heard about what had happened on the Void God Island. Senior Hengyu, this weapon is for you. Lu Ming moved his hand, and a combat sword appeared in his hand. It was one of the 3 Heaven Dao soldiers. This is a Heaven Dao soldier. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's eyes lit up when he saw the sword. It is. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, this Heaven Dao soldier is too valuable. If you sell it, the price will be immeasurable. One can't accept it. Although Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was tempted, he still shook his head. Lu Ming had risked his life to obtain this. How could he accept it? Senior Hengyu, please accept it. I've gained a lot this time, and want to have my own Heaven Dao soldier. I have no use for this sword. Lu Ming said. Indeed, he had gained a lot this time. He had all kinds of resources. There was no need for him to sell the Heaven Dao soldiers. He didn't lack resources. Along the way, the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor had been of great help to him, especially the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, which had helped Lu Ming escape danger many times. It was only right to give the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor a Heaven Dao soldier. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor hesitated for a moment before putting it away. Lu Ming, if you need anything, just tell me. It'll definitely help you if it's within my means. The Hengyu Heavenly Dao said. Senior Hengyu, you're too serious. Lu Ming said hurriedly. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at the sword in his hand carefully, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and a smile appeared on his face. His cultivation was at the 3-star Heavenly Emperor realm. With his Heaven Dao soldier, his combat strength would increase by a large margin. Even if he encountered a peerless expert at the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm, as long as the other party didn't have a Heaven Dao soldier, he would be able to fight against them. He could even make use of the Heavenly Dao contained in the Heavenly Dao soldiers to improve his cultivation, break through the bottleneck, and break through to the 4-star Heavenly Emperor level, becoming a peerless powerhouse, a figure at the heavenly venerable level in the heavenly realm. This Heaven Dao soldier was too useful to him. After a while, the Hongyu Heavenly Emperor kept the Heaven Dao soldier and left after chatting with Lu Ming for a while. He needed to refine the Heaven Dao soldier as soon as possible so that he could unleash its full power. After the Hongyu Celestial Arch left, Lu Ming made a trip to the Chaos Hall and gave the remaining Heavenly Dao soldier, the Meteor Hammer, to 2E. Earth One was naturally overjoyed to obtain the Heaven Dao soldier. Actually, the Primal Chaos Palace had also left behind Heaven Dao soldiers. However, there were only 2 of them, and they weren't suitable for the Earth element. One was in Gold One's hands, and the other was in Lei Yi's hands. The others had long been envious. Now that Earth One had one, he was naturally overjoyed and extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Earth One and the rest were completely under his command. The stronger they were, the better it was for him. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. Then a long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear was the Heaven Dao soldier. Boom! Boom! All of Lu Ming's power erupted. The power of his physical body, the power of the world, and the power of the laws were all unleashed. The long spear emitted a dazzling radiance and swept out. The void was instantly shattered, and an endless space storm howled. It was simply destructive. Cool, this is too cool. After waving it a few times, Lu Ming stopped. With his current cultivation, he naturally couldn't unleash the full power of the Heaven Dao soldiers, nor could he activate the power of the Heaven Dao within. However, the material of the Heaven Dao soldiers was extremely sturdy, and once activated, they would be heavier than a mountain. Lu Ming could unleash all his power without any restraint. Previously, when Lu Ming condensed the infinite dragon spear with the law, he could not unleash all of Lu Ming's power. At the very least, he could not use his physical strength to his heart's content. Once there was a strong collision, the infinite dragon spear would collapse. Therefore, most of the time, Lu Ming simply used his fists to fight the enemy. In that case, he would be able to unleash his abilities more. But now, with this long spear, Lu Ming's strength could be unleashed to his heart's content. Moreover, the long spear had more or less increased Lu Ming's combat strength. On the handle of the spear, there were 3 words: Great Desolation Spear. Great Desolation Spear. Accompany me in my world war. Lu Ming smiled and kept the Great Desolation Spear. After a while, he'll go back to the primordial realm to take a look. Lu Ming started to think. It had been many years since he had entered the heaven realm from the passageway in the divine wilderness continent's 9 dragons. Now that his strength had improved rapidly, it was time for him to go back and take a look. Also, he had to go back and settle some scores. For example, the Hung family, the He family, and the Daluo heaven sect of the Heavenly Emperor City. The Mu family in the Divine Land. These people wanted to kill him back then. It was time to settle the score. However, before Lu Ming returned, he planned to look for Bubbles, Long Chun, Feng Ling, and the rest. He had too many resources on hand now, and he planned to give them some. This way, their cultivation speed would also increase. Lu Ming found a few acquaintances and asked them about Bubbles and the rest. He waited while asking. At the same time, in a great hall of the Land family, the higher-ups of the Land family and the Yin family were discussing something. Lu Ming, you've gone too far. The Heavenly Emperor of the Land family, Lan Cheng, let out a furious roar filled with endless killing intent. The other members of the Land family were the same. However, as they were emitting killing intent, their eyes were also filled with fear. This was because they had already learned that some of the great emperors of the Land family had been killed by Lu Ming on the Void Island. After all, there were many people who were still alive in the Heaven Realm. When those people came out, they immediately passed the news to the Land family. The upper echelons of the Land family were shocked when they heard this news. They immediately gathered the upper echelons and the Yin family's celestial arch for a discussion. "Master, what should we do now?" Someone asked Lan Sheng. "Kill him. We must kill him. We can't let Lu Ming grow. Otherwise, we'll all die," Lan Sheng said coldly. "Foolish." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. In the next moment, a white-haired old man in coarse clothes appeared in the hall. Everyone in the Lan family quickly stood up and bowed. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The Yin clan's heavenly emperor also stood up and said, "Greetings, exalted celestial." Above the four-star heavenly emperor, they were known as heavenly venerates. The Lan family's patriarch's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Lan Sheng. "Now, you still want to kill Lu Ming?" "Old ancestor, Lu Ming has killed so many great emperors of the Lan family. How can we not kill him? Moreover, if we let him go on like this, the Lan family will be in danger." Lan Sheng said, "Oh, then tell me, what do we kill him?" The Lan clan's old ancestor said. "Ow!" Lan Sheng was stunned. "With Lu Ming's current strength, are you confident in sending a great emperor? If the great emperor wasn't confident, would you and I do it personally? If we make a move and someone notices, will the celestial arch behind Lu Ming go crazy? Also, everyone in the heaven realm now knows that Lu Ming is an enemy of the Lan family. If Lu Ming is secretly killed, will the others suspect that we did it? I'm afraid that the celestial emperors behind him will also come to our Lan family." The Lan family's ancestor said coldly. Chapter 2380. Lan Cheng's face was deathly pale as he asked, "What should we do then, ancestor? Are we just going to sit and wait for death?" "You're so silly. We're not at the point where we can't rest until one of us dies with Lu Ming. Therefore, we should ask for his forgiveness. We should make peace with him and resolve the grievances between us. This is the best plan," the Lan clan's old ancestor said. "We're asking for forgiveness. Lu Ming has killed so many of our people. We're still asking for forgiveness." Lan Sheng shouted in disbelief. Back then, in the Blue Moon City, not only did Lu Ming ruin their plan, but he also killed the Lan family's top genius, Lan Yun, and many of their true emperors in public. And this time, on the Void God Island, Lu Ming had killed many great emperors from the Lan clan. The Lan family had suffered heavy losses. Now, the Lan family actually wanted to ask Lu Ming for forgiveness? They found it hard to accept. "If we don't do this, do you have any better ideas?" The Lan family's ancestor said coldly. Lan Sheng and the others looked confused. Indeed, other than that, did they have any better ideas? Lu Ming is a world-shaking genius with unparalleled destiny. He's the main character who suppresses an era. Such a person has appeared in history before. Once you make an enemy of such a person, you have to kill him before he grows up. Otherwise, you'll be the one who dies. Now, Lu Ming has already become powerful, and he has a large number of powerhouses behind him. At this point, it's unwise to make an enemy of him. It's foolish and suicidal. The best strategy now is to resolve the grudges with him. Only then can the Lan family continue to survive. Otherwise, the Lan family will be like those forces that have been destroyed and will disappear forever in the long river of history. Pass on my order. Prepare a valuable gift and ask for Lu Ming's forgiveness. The Lan family's patriarch immediately gave the order. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when the Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor came to look for him. The Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. "Senior Hung Yu, what's the matter?" Lu Ming's hair stood on end under the Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor's gaze. "Ha, of course it's something good. Just now, the Lan family and Lan Sheng asked me to pass on a message to you. The Lan family and Yin family want to apologize to you and prepare a generous gift for your forgiveness. They want to resolve their grudges with you." Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said with a smile. "What?" Lu Ming was stunned when he heard that. His expression turned strange. He did not expect that the Lan family would actually ask for his forgiveness and resolve their grudges. He had thought that the Lan family would secretly send people to kill him. The Lan family's people are quite bold. Lu Ming smiled. It was obvious that the Lan family had already found out about the incident on the Void God Island. They must have been shocked by his improvement speed. Lu Ming's rate of improvement was too terrifying. If this continued, it would not be long before he became an unparalleled figure. The Lan family was afraid. Haha, I didn't expect that the Lan family would have such a day. This is a big matter. Lu Ming, what does he plan to do? Do you accept or not? Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said with a smile. Since they're so sincere, why not accept it? However, I have conditions. Senior Hung Yu, please help me pass a message to the Lan family. It's fine if they want to apologize and resolve the grudges, but I have two conditions. First, the Lan and Yin families prepare 500 Chaos Gems. Second, the Lan family and the Yin family will announce this to the world. Then, in Two World City, they will publicly apologize to me. If you can fulfill these two conditions, I'll agree to it. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Lu Ming said. To be honest, Lu Ming was not interested in the 500 Chaos Gems. He had more than 20,000 Chaos Gems on him and more than 20,000 Primordial Chaos Stones. 500 Chaos Gems were just a drop in the bucket. However, 500 Chaos Gems were nothing to Lu Ming. It was enough to make the Lan family and the Yin family bleed. Ha! I'll tell them your conditions now. One really want to know their expressions. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu laughed heartily before turning around to leave. Lan Cheng's furious roar came from the Lan family's main hall. 500 Chaos Gems? Why doesn't he just rob someone? Also, tell the whole world and ask for forgiveness in public. He can dream on. Where will the face of our Lan family be in the future? Lan Cheng's eyes were blood red, like a crazy lion. The Yin clan Heavenly Emperor's expression was not any better. The other members of the Lan family also had ugly expressions, but they didn't say anything. Now, did they still have a way out? The strong preyed on the weak, who told them to be weak. Agree to his request. The Lan clan's ancestor coldly spoke. Old ancestor, Lan Cheng roared. He was extremely unwilling, and his eyes were red. If you want to die, don't drag the Lan family down with you. The Lan family's ancestor shot a cold glance at Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng immediately shut his mouth. His chest heaved up and down rapidly. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Of course, he didn't want to die. As a heavenly emperor, he had no disasters and tribulations. His lifespan was endless. How could one die? Previously, he just couldn't let go of his face. What do you say? The Lan family's patriarch turned to the Yin family's celestial arch. Whatever the Lan clan does, the Yin clan will do. The Yin clan celestial arch sighed. All right, spread the word that the Lan family will seek Lu Ming's forgiveness in Two World City 10 days later and resolve our grudges with him. The Lan family's patriarch gave the order. Then, a piece of news spread like a whirlwind in the heaven realm, causing a great shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Lan family and the Yin family actually wanted to apologize to Lu Ming in public and resolve their grudges. An ancient family with an unparalleled expert backing them up had to ask for forgiveness from a junior. This had never happened since ancient times. In the heavenly realm, there seemed to be an earthquake of more than a dozen magnitude in the Tai Ching heavenly region. Everyone was discussing this matter. There were also many people who rushed to Two World City, wanting to witness this with their own eyes. Countless people gathered in Two World City. Soon, the time that both sides agreed on arrived. On this day, a huge public square in Two World City was filled with people. Countless figures had gathered. The human race, as well as the divine beasts and other races, had all transformed into human forms to watch the show. Damn, Lu Ming is really awesome. If I can reach his level, I will die without regrets. In the crowd, the unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha and said enviously, Master, aren't monks supposed to be emotionless and not care about fame and fortune? Someone asked. That's the other monks, not me. The monk was very thick-skinned. Around them, Long Chun, Feng Ling, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others looked at them with disdain. They had also heard the news and came to watch the show. They also gathered with Lu Ming. "Lu Ming is here," someone shouted, and everyone looked in one direction. On the other side, Lu Ming stepped through the air and landed on the square. At this moment, Lu Ming was the focus of everyone's attention. "Brother Lu Ming." A figure flashed, and Bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. After not seeing each other for so many years, Bubbles finally seemed to have grown up a little. She looked like she was 4 or 5 years old and was extremely cute. Chapter 2381. I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' head. After not seeing each other for many years, Lu Ming realized that Bubbles' cultivation was almost at the peak of the true Emperor stage. There were not many people in the younger generation in the Heaven Realm who could match her cultivation. This cultivation speed was already very terrifying. Of course, it was still incomparable to Dandan. After all, Dandan was the divine turtle from the ancient times. Although Bubbles was one of the top 10 war beasts, she was a newborn and had to rely on herself to comprehend everything. I can't be compared to Brother Lu Ming. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and swayed. The Lan family and the Yin family are here. At this moment, a voice was heard. Many people looked in the same direction. A group of people flew over from the other side. The one leading them was the Lan family's old ancestor, a peerless expert. Behind the Lan family patriarch was the patriarch of the Lan family, Lan Cheng, and the celestial arch of the Yin family. Behind them were some higher-ups of the two families. Almost all the higher-ups of the Lan family and the Yin family were present. They landed on the square and walked toward Lu Ming. The Lan family's patriarch's face was full of smiles. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and said, "We're late. Brother Lu Ming, please forgive us." "You're welcome," Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. "Oh, cut to the chase. I'm here today to apologize to little brother Lu Ming. All these years, the Lan family has gone too far in certain aspects and offended little brother Lu Ming. One hoped that little brother Lu Ming can forgive us." The Lan clan's ancestor cupped his fists. Although they knew that the Lan family would apologize, many people were still stunned when they saw the patriarch of the Lan family talking to Lu Ming in an affable manner. They thought that they were in a dream. One should know that the Lan family's patriarch was a peerless expert, a 4-star heavenly emperor. Such a person was already standing at the peak with shocking combat strength. But now, he was bowing down and apologizing to a junior. It was rare since ancient times. However, Lu Ming did not want to accept the other party's apology so easily. "Oh, I'd like to know, in what way have you offended me? Clan Headland, why don't you help me memorize it?" Lu Ming sneered and looked at Lan City. Lan Cheng's face turned ugly. However, he still squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. "The Lan family has indeed offended Brother Lu Ming in some ways in the past. Please forgive us." "Forgive? Let me ask you, in what way have you offended me? Tell me clearly, do you not understand?" Lu Ming said coldly. Lan Cheng's heart was filled with anger. If any other junior dared to speak to him like this, he would have slapped them to death. However, he did not dare to do so to Lu Ming. He dared to bet that there were many heavenly emperors in the vicinity. If he made a move, he would be the one to be slapped to death. In the end, he could only suppress his anger and answer honestly. Back then, it was the Lan family's prodigy, Lan Yun, who offended little brother Lu Ming and targeted him time and time again. That's why both parties were at odds with each other. Lan Cheng answered honestly. "What else?" Lu Ming continued asking. Also, back then, one was blinded by greed. I coveted your indestructible ancient scroll, and I sent people to kill you on the battlefield outside Two World City. Lan Cheng gritted his teeth and told him about this matter. He knew that Lu Ming wanted them to apologize in public because he wanted to make everything public. If he did not say it today, Lu Ming would definitely not let it go. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone suddenly realized. Back then, The Lan family said that Lu Ming killed Heaven Realm powerhouses on the battlefield of true emperors in order to snatch the treasure. All of this was false. It was all because of the Yin family's celestial arch in Land City, who coveted Lu Ming's indestructible ancient scroll and wanted to kill him. Despicable, truly despicable. So this is the Lan family's true colors. Despicable scoundrels. We were all deceived by them. I knew it. Lu Ming would not do such a thing. Many people roared and glared at the Lan family. Lan Cheng gritted his teeth. However, he could only swallow this bitter fruit. It was his fault for offending a pervert like Lu Ming. The Lan family has offended you. Please forgive us, Brother Lu Ming. The Yin family has offended you. Please forgive us, Brother Lu Ming. In Land City, the Yin family's heavenly emperor cupped his fists and saluted Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, this is a small gift from the Lan family and the Yin family. Please accept it. The Lan family's patriarch smiled apologetically and took out a storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the storage ring flew slowly towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. He scanned it with his spiritual senses and found that there were exactly 500 chaos gems inside. Remember, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. One can write off the past, but if you offend me again, 111 definitely exterminate your entire family. Lu Ming put away the storage ring and turned to leave. He did not look at the Lan family and Yin family anymore. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Brother Ouyang. Let's go for a drink. Today's harvest is not bad. Lu Ming looked at Long Chun, Feng Ling, and the rest. 111 drink, 111 definitely drink, and ill drink to my heart's content. The unscrupulous monk was the first to cry out. What are you drinking, monk? Desolate Power looked down on them. Everyone laughed. Amidst the laughter, the group of young people left. Lu Ming bought a large amount of fine wine and came to his residence. He took out a lot of divine beast flesh. Over the years, Lu Ming had hoarded a lot of divine beast flesh and blood, all of which were at least overlord tier. Everyone started to work, and soon, the smell of meat filled the air. Everyone was eating meat and drinking wine, chatting about the interesting things they had encountered over the years. During this period, Lu Ming took out a large number of resources and distributed them to everyone. For example, supreme-grade raw gemstones, primordial chaos stones, and chaos stones. The crowd started to reject it because it was too precious. However, when Lu Ming took out a bunch of them, they did not reject him. They accepted some from each of them. These resources could indeed greatly speed up their cultivation. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that the crowd dispersed. I should return to the primordial realm, Lu Ming muttered. He then looked for Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu and asked for the way back to the primordial realm. It was relatively easy to go to the primordial realm in the Taiching heavenly region, as there were many passages. Two World City had such a passage. Alone, Lu Ming and the Hung Yu heavenly emperor arrived at a valley, which was guarded by powerful cultivators. The space in the valley was extremely unstable. Spatial cracks kept appearing. One could clearly see that behind the spatial cracks was a void passage. The passage was not large, but it was enough to accommodate dozens of people at the same time. Senior Hung Yu, take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stepped into the space crack. In a flash, he was in the void channel. Lu Ming stepped forward. He seemed to see an endless void passing by him. After an unknown period of time, a bright light appeared in front of him. Lu Ming rushed out and found himself standing in the sky. Below him was the boundless earth. Primordial realm, Lu Ming had returned. Chapter 2382. Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked around. All he could see were vast mountains. According to Senior Hung Yu, this should be Yuan Mountain. I just don't know where it is. Let's find a place with people and ask. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's figure moved and he broke open space. He shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. A few minutes later, Lu Ming saw a city. He went in and asked around, only to discover that this was the north of Mount Yuan. Lu Ming found a large force nearby and borrowed their teleportation array to head to one of the 9 great holy lands of Mount Yuan, the ancient Moon Holy Land. It did not take long for Lu Ming to return to the ancient Moon Holy Land. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation array outside the ancient Moon Sanctuary, he immediately caused a commotion and was recognized by the people nearby. Lu Ming was too famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Back then, Lu Ming had joined forces with more than 10 powerful forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land to destroy the Wind Clan in one fell swoop. There were also the Sirius Tower, the Golden Crow Clan, the Wan family, and other powerful forces, causing the power structure of the ancient Moon Holy Land to reshuffle and changing the situation. Lu Ming was well known in the ancient Moon Holy Land. However, after that, Lu Ming disappeared. Now, after so many years, Lu Ming's reappearance naturally caused a stir. Not long after, all the forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land knew that Lu Ming had returned. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived at the Dian Elixir Palace and met with Uncle Kong. After not seeing him for so many years, Uncle Kong seemed to have aged even more. His face was filled with wrinkles. Uncle Kong's cultivation base should be at the 2-star Great Emperor realm, but according to him, he had been seriously injured in the last heavenly tribulation, and his origin had been injured. He had yet to recover, so his battle prowess was only slightly stronger than a 1-star Great Emperor, but not by much. Otherwise, the Emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant in front of Uncle Kong. And now, there weren't many years left until Uncle Kong's next heavenly tribulation. With Uncle Kong's current condition, he wouldn't be able to pass it. Hall Master, your cultivation. The moment Uncle Kong saw Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming was extraordinary. Although Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the peak of the true Emperor stage, his chi and blood were extremely thick. He was like a prehistoric giant beast, giving off a terrifying feeling. Even Uncle Kong could feel the pressure. This caused Uncle Kong to be extremely shocked, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the happier he would be. Uncle Kong, I went to the Heaven Realm a while ago and had a fortuitous encounter. I cultivated an immemorial body cultivator, and my fleshly body is now equivalent to the Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming gave a simple explanation, and Uncle Kong was even more delighted. Uncle Kong, the MU clan hasn't come looking for trouble all these years, has it? Lu Ming asked. Back then, a great emperor from the MU clan had died here, and he had always been afraid that the MU clan would come looking for trouble. The MU family is here to find trouble and avenge their emperor. However, a powerful force in the Divine Destiny Land has intervened. The MU family has been holding back all these years. Uncle Kong explained. Lu Ming nodded. The MU family. It's fine if they don't come. But if they don't give up, I can only make a trip to the MU family. With that, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He handed it to Uncle Kong and said, Uncle Kong, this is for you. Uncle Kong took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. A fragment of the Great Path. This is a fragment of the Great Path. Hall Master, it's a waste to give such a treasure to an old man like me. You should keep it for yourself. Uncle Kong quickly passed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Uncle Kong, please accept it. One of a lot of Tao fragments. One have enough for myself. However, Uncle Kong still wanted to return the fragment to Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was determined. In the end, Uncle Kong accepted it. Lu Ming gave Uncle Kong a total of 18 great Tao fragments, which was enough for Uncle Kong to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor or even the 4-star Great Emperor. As long as Uncle Kong's cultivation broke through, the injuries in his body would naturally heal, and he would be able to pass the next heavenly tribulation with 100% certainty. After that, he chatted with Uncle Kong for a while. The next day, Lu Ming went to meet some old friends. Lu Ming still had some friends in the ancient Moon Holy Land, such as Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and so on. Their talents were limited and they did not go to the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming stayed in the ancient Moon Holy Land for more than 10 days to talk about martial arts with his good friends. With Lu Ming's current realm and understanding of the laws, he was unfathomable to Yi Dongfang and the rest. Lu Ming's casual advice could enlighten them, and they benefited a lot. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming left some resources for Yi Dongfang and the rest, then bade farewell to Uncle Kong and left the ancient Moon Sanctuary, heading towards the Tsang state. The most important thing on his return trip was to return to the Azure continent and take a look at the Divine Wilderness continent. After that, he would move his family and friends to another cultivation place. A few days after Lu Ming returned to the ancient Moon Holy Land, the news spread to the Hung family and He family of the Heaven Emperor City, as well as the Daluo Heaven sect of the ancient Sun Holy Land. The He family and the Hung family had been mortal enemies, but now they had gathered together to discuss something. Emperor He, Emperor Hung, and Emperor Tianluo were sitting in a great hall of the Hung family. "You too. Lu Ming has disappeared for many years. I'm afraid it's not good for us to see him now that he has suddenly reappeared," said the emperor of the Hung family with a serious expression. "Lu Ming can't become a celestial arch. He's not afraid of himself. However, it's troublesome that he can control the celestial thearch's physical body," the Tianluo emperor said. He had seen the power of the heavenly emperor's corporeal body before. Even the two-star great emperor of the Mu family had been killed. Then what should we do? Back then, we all wanted to kill him. We are already mortal enemies with Lu Ming. He will definitely not let us off, the great emperor of the He clan said. The three of them had a serious look on their faces. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. The three of them were one-star great emperors, but Lu Ming controlled the celestial thearch's physical body and could even kill two-star great emperors. Even if they joined forces, they would still be in danger. At this moment, someone outside reported that there was important news. The great emperor of the Hung family had asked that person to come in. "Master, young Master Xianxia is back." An old man came in and said excitedly, "Xianxia is back. Hurry, please." Emperor Hung was overjoyed. The Hung Xing River led to the Heaven Realm, and he had been gone for decades. Now that he had returned, he didn't know what realm he would be at. The emperor of the Hung clan was filled with anticipation. The three of them went out together and soon saw the galaxy. A person from the Star River stood with his hands behind his back, giving off a feeling of superiority. "The three great emperors are here, just nice." When he saw the three great emperors, Xing Chen only nodded slightly. He no longer had the respect he had in the past. He had seen too many great emperors in the Heaven Realm, including many heavenly emperors. Naturally, he did not have that kind of respect for great emperors. The three emperors of the Hung family were not surprised. When Lu Ming saw the galaxy, he was shocked. "True Emperor, Xianxia, you've broken through to the true Emperor realm?" The Hung clan emperor said excitedly. "I just broke through not long ago." Xianxia nodded with a faint sense of pride on his face. "Good, ha." The emperor of the Hung family laughed and was extremely excited. On the side, the great emperors of the He family and the Tianluo emperor were filled with envy. To reach the true emperor realm at such a young age, such talent was simply astonishing. In the future, breaking through to the great emperor realm was a sure thing, or even higher. How could people not be envious of the Hung family for having such a genius? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.